A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Daddy Stratford's hotel was the scene of much excitement in yesterday's chapter. Cheney, a gambler who was wanted by the police, unexpectedly appeared and asked Daddy for a room. Cheney has made 2 visits to Sanders within the past couple of weeks, and the last time he saw Mary, he asked her advice as to whether or not he should give himself up. Mary was helpless to advise him, and although this sounds strange, consider the situation. Max, Mary's husband, became involved in the gambling syndicate of which Cheney was a member through his efforts to apprehend the ringleaders. The police arrested Max, but he was released on bail, awaiting the time that Cheney is recaptured. When this time comes, Max must return to jail for trial. At this particular date, that would be a calamity, because Max has just closed a business proposition that requires his whole attention, and they're very much in need of money for Phyllis, his invalid sister, who is being treated by a famous doctor. Now, with Cheney once again on the scene, we don't know what will happen. It is the same evening, a few minutes after Cheney walked into the lobby of Daddy's hotel. Mary and Max are in their home, unaware of what has happened.
Hey, Toots, where's my pipe?
No, it's on the table, Mary.
Where, Mary?
Right there, dear.
Hey, that's not mine. Who you been entertaining?
Oh, some handsome fella. I can't tell you.
Now, quit kidding. Whose is it?
I don't know, dear. Or maybe it belongs to John. Didn't he have one last night?
Oh, yeah. You say he was so excited talking about Cheney, he must have forgot it.
John made me feel ashamed of myself, Max.
Well, he said more than he had to. I'm a little sore about it, too. Here, move over, Toots, and let me sit down.
He was right, though.
Huh?
Every word he said. I was all wrong in what I did. I should never have let Mr. Cheney leave. Especially when he wanted to return to jail.
Don't blame yourself, Toots. The whole thing was so cockeyed, nobody knew what was right or wrong.
Well, if he ever did come back again, Max, we'd have to give him up.
Yeah, but let's not figure on it. Cheney's a funny guy, Mary. He's liable to go to Africa or something.
I'll get it, dear. I think it's Phyllis. She said she was going to call.
Okay.
Hello? Oh, yes, Daddy, we're both here. How are you? What? Why, sure you can speak to Max. Just a minute. Daddy wants to talk to you, Max.
Well, couldn't he say it to you?
Evidently not. He sounded upset.
I must have lost a couple of games of checkers with Torrance. Hi, Daddy, what's on your mind? Huh? He is. Here, when did he get there? Yeah, sure I will. I'll be right over.
Anything wrong, dear?
Yeah, you keep him there, will you? Tell him I'm coming. Okay, so long.
What is it, dear?
Cheney's at the hotel. He just came in. And Daddy don't know what to do with him.
Something told me he'd come back. Are you going over there now?
Sure. What else could I do?
Nothing, Max. This time we've got to face it.
Who's out there?
It's me, Max. Let me in.
Well, how are you, pal? Come on in. I've been waiting for you.
Yeah. See you got back, Cheney.
Yeah, I couldn't stay away. Sit down.
Thanks.
Kind of mad that I busted in again, Max? Can't blame you.
Oh, I haven't anything to be sore about. You're running your own life.
Oh, I've done a swell job on it so far. Went it down a one-way street by the look of things.
And you can always turn around and come back up.
But, say, that's terrific. I bet Mrs. Sanders told you that.
Well, I don't know if she said it that way, but that's the way she feels.
You mean she thinks I ought to give myself up and take whatever they hand me?
Yeah, and I think the same thing.
Oh, gosh, that takes a load off my mind.
What do you mean it takes a load off your mind?
Well, that's what I came back for. I decided to give myself over. I certainly felt like a heel doing it.
You shouldn't have felt like that, Cheney. It's okay.
Listen, you're putting on a terrific front, but don't you suppose I know how tough it is? You've been plugging away in this burg trying to get yourself set, and I come in and blow up the works.
Well, so what? It had to happen sometime.
No. If I'd have been a regular guy, I'd have skipped for good. But I couldn't take it, pal. I It was too soft.
You don't have to alibi. I know what you've been going through. I was a mug myself until Mary got hold of me.
It's a wonderful little woman, Max. You know, maybe this sounds dizzy, but she's the reason I came back and the reason I didn't want to come back.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it. You'll have to write that one out. I ain't fast on puzzles.
Well, look, I knew it'd just about break her heart to have you dragged through that trial with me. So that's why I beat her.
Mm-hmm.
But then driving along them dark roads with nobody to give a darn if I lived or died, it got me to thinking of her in a different way. I thought to myself, if a monkey like Max can get a swell wife like her, maybe if I get myself cleared up, I can do the same thing, see?
Yeah, well, I don't go for that monkey part, but you got the right idea about marrying and settling down. Now, that's the thing to do, Cheney, and you won't regret it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. And I was kind of worried about your sister. Well, being around when she first got sick, and helping Mrs. Sanders talk that high-class doctor into coming here had made me in on everything. I wanted to see if she was getting better.
Well, she can't be all cured, Cheney, but the doc's got some kind of treatments that'll fix her so she'll be able to use crutches.
Oh. Well, it's better than pushing around the wheelchair, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, it ain't so hot, but anyway, she'll get places by herself.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, I guess that covers everything.
Yeah.
Maybe we better get going, huh?
What's the we for?
That's just like me. I didn't tell you how I got things mapped out. You're capturing me, cowboys and Indians, see?
Now, skip the cowboys and Indians. I didn't do any capturing, and let's not argue about it.
Well, you big dope, that's the whole idea.
What?
I wouldn't come back and hand myself in, then you would be in a spot. I figured if you turn me over to the sheriff, you'd get off easy.
Now, wait a minute. Didn't you tell me once before how I felt about this phony hero business?
That was late at night. You were sleepy. You weren't thinking straight.
I knew what I was talking about. Now, wait a minute. You may have said something, but I knew what I was talking about. Hey, what a fine guy I'd be to let people pat me on the back for something that I didn't do.
This ain't no time to get religion, Max. You gotta do it.
No, nothing doing.
Look, pal, they're gonna be so happy to get me, they'll probably let you off free. Oh, now, come on, Maxie. You ain't anxious to sit in the clink for a couple of years, are you?
And they couldn't send me up anyway. I was trying to bust up that gambling ring. They got me by mistake.
Oh, yeah, sure. But you'd have to prove it. Brother, there's plenty of circumstantial evidence that's going to point against you.
I'm still not guilty. They'll find that out.
Oh, sure. I once knew a guy they hanged, and then they found out he wasn't guilty. He was awful sorry.
Well, that don't happen very often.
That's what this poor guy said before he got the rope.
Oh, shut up, will you?
Attaboy, Maxie. I want to get you a little steamed up and look better in the picture. Yeah, you take this.
So what's the idea of handing me your gun?
Well, you've got to hold me until the police get here. Have Pop call the newspaper photographers. We'll get a swell picture.
Oh, you're nuts. I told you that I was going to do this.
I'm telling you that you are.
Say, you can't tell me what I'm going to do.
Max, quit waving that gun. It's loaded.
Since when did you ever carry a gun with bullets in it?
Well, I had to load it up so it looked right for you to capture me, didn't I?
And you went to plenty of trouble deciding what I was going to do. Now I'm going to tell you what you're going to do.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What am I going to do?
You're going to march yourself down to the sheriff's office and give yourself up.
Oh, no, I ain't. You're going to do
Come on
that.
now, get going.
No, I won't.
I said move.
Hey, what's the idea of sticking that rod in my ribs? I tell you, it's loaded.
I'm darn glad it is, because if you don't do what I tell you, it may go off.
Max, you ain't serious about
Yeah.
that. You wouldn't take my own gun, the gun I have to give you to capture me, and then use it to force me to give myself up? Hey, that's melodrama.
That's just what I'm doing, pal. I'm going to escort you down to the station house, but you're going in alone.
This is a turnabout play if ever we've seen one. Poor Cheney, with the best intentions in the world, set the stage for Max to capture him. And then Max not only refused to be, as he said, a phony hero, but used Cheney, his own gun, to force the gambler into giving himself up. Well, it seems to be a good idea, but just remember, Max hasn't Cheney at the police station yet. If you'll pardon our taking liberties with the old phrase, there may be many a slip between the hotel and the station house.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High, and though she's fond of her work and her pupils, these last few days have been rather hectic. In fact, she's even had to neglect her favorite faculty member, biology teacher Philip Boynton.
And when I have to neglect Mr. Boynton, you can be sure things are hectic. Of course, like most scientific men, he's rather preoccupied. But he doesn't spend all his time looking at frogs and white mice in his laboratory. No, indeed. Every Friday he goes to the zoo and looks at frogs. But in spite of his apparent absorption in scientific matters, I can't help feeling that deep down underneath there's a definite lack of interest in me. But I keep trying. Now, take this past week, for example. I had to get the midterm examinations ready, but I wanted desperately to get my work done by Thursday afternoon so I could keep a date we had for that evening. But maybe I'd better start at the beginning. Thursday morning, my landlady, Mrs. Davis, woke me promptly at 7:30.
Oh, Connie, it's 7:30. You've got set up.
Come on in, Mrs. Davis.
Time to rise and shine, my dear.
Oh, I may rise, but you'll have to get your own shine. I'm glad you got me up on time, though. Maybe I can make up a few questions before my first class.
I don't think you should do anything before you finish your work at school. You've been going at this midterm examination too hard, Connie. I don't like to scare you, but I'm worried about your health.
Oh, it's sweet of you to take such an interest in me, Mrs. Davis, but work doesn't bother me. I'm healthy as a horse.
Well, just the same, overwork isn't good for anyone, even a horse. You wouldn't want to get gray around the mane, would you?
Oh. Heaven forfend. But I figured I'll be all right if I keep my fetlock shampooed regularly. Luster cream shampooed, that is.
You've got to build yourself up, Connie. Here, I brought you some juice to drink before breakfast. Taste it and tell me what you think it's made of.
I should know better, but here goes. Oh, that's stronger than usual.
What's in it, Connie?
Well, I would say you took a raw potato, 1 hard-boiled egg, some rye crisp, a cup of kidney beans, and some spinach, and threw them into the mixmaster.
You're slipping, dear. You forgot the hominy grits.
Well, I think I'll skip the juice this morning, Mrs. Davis. I've got to hurry. Walter Denton's picking me up in his car.
Oh, is yours in the shop again?
Oh, definitely. But the repair job this time won't cost me as much as the fine I had to pay. $20 for parking.
$20? Where in the world did you park?
The lobby of the Stevens Hotel.
But how did you ever get in there?
Just like anybody else, through the revolving door. I'm glad you picked me up early, Walter. I've got some work to get done before my first class.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Brooks. Glad to be of service. But did you say you've got work to do before your first class?
Yes, Walter, I'm preparing questions for your midterm exams. It's rather difficult getting the right ones.
Well, if I may make a suggestion, why don't you forget about the difficult questions and think up the simple ones? That would make it easier on you, wouldn't it?
Yes, but frankly, I question your motives.
I wasn't thinking of myself, Miss Brooks. It's just that I've been looking at you while I'm driving here out of the corner of my eye, sort of, and, well, you...
Walter, look out for that truck!
Oh! Sorry. Guess I looked out of the wrong corner. Anyway, I've noticed that you've changed a little.
Changed, Walter?
Yeah. I remember when you first got to Madison High, Miss Brooks. You were so vibrant. You were actually pulsating with life and energy, and, oh, gosh, you always seem to be sort of shimmering.
And that's not all. I come in 6 delicious flavors.
I'm not kidding, Miss Brooks. You've got to watch your step. How long do you think the bloom of youth will cling to your cheeks?
It's all according to how you put it on, Walter.
I hope you don't think I'm being too personal, Miss Brooks, but as I look at you, I can't help thinking of something.
What's that?
Did you ever drive out in the country and come to an old deserted pasture?
Well...
And did you ever see at the end of the pasture one lonely old horse with sad brown eyes staring over the fence rail?
I knew I should have shampooed those fetlocks.
I'm not comparing you to a horse, Miss Brooks.
I know, Walter. I'm not fast enough.
No, it's just the look the horse gets in his eye when he's all worn out. As if to say, I've done my work, and now I'm old. Just an old, tired, beat-up, lonely horse with nothing to show for my years of faithful service.
It's his own fault. When he was young, he probably made a man's neck out of himself. I appreciate your interest in me, Walter, but believe me, I'm not ready for the glue factory yet.
I hope you're not offended, Miss Brooks.
Oh, of course I'm not, Walter.
You know how I feel about you. Gosh, I think you're a thoroughbred. I mean, I just don't want you to get run down.
I won't, Walter. I'm used to hard work. I've been working since I was a young girl.
Really? I didn't think they let girls work way back in those days. That is, what kind of work did you do then?
I helped my mother mostly. They had mothers in those days, too.
What did you do for your mother?
While Father was out hunting dinner, I used to help clean up our cave.
You sound a little sore, Miss Brooks.
Oh, don't be silly, Walter. Why should I be sore?
Well, the way I word things sometimes, it's a little unfortunate. Like the stuff about the horse and all.
I know you meant it for my own good. Forget it, Walter. I have. Well, here we are.
I'll find a place to park, Miss Brooks. You go ahead.
Thanks, Walter. Oh, before you go...
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Got a piece of sugar?
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith with an important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000. A grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum or $100 a month for life. And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest. Ford sedans, Westinghouse laundromats, Fromm Silver Fox scarves, Toastmaster toasters, and it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. Now here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. But hurry! Contest closes November 20th. Enter this week. Get Palmolive soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
Daddy, you're the principal of this school, and you've got to do something about it.
About what, Harriet?
About what I've been talking about. Miss Brooks overworking. I was talking to Walter Denton, and he told me that Mrs. Davis told him that Miss Brooks is just killing herself.
But, Harriet,
Now, one way to scare a woman into doing something, or not doing something for that matter, is to make her think she's losing her looks. And another way is to get her interested in doing something other than the thing you want her to stop doing. It's as simple as that.
That isn't simple enough. What are you talking about, Harriet?
Look, sir. We've got to try and get Miss Brooks interested in something outside of schoolwork. Now, I'll talk to Mr. Boynton first. Then as soon as I find Miss Brooks, I'll send her in here to talk to you. Agree?
Absolutely not.
Good. I knew you'd see it my way.
That's the end of the period, boys and girls. Class dismissed.
Miss Brooks, could I talk to you for a minute?
Certainly, Harriet. Come on up to my desk.
Miss Brooks, as one woman to another, I'd like the privilege of being frank with you.
Go ahead, Harriet.
Well, you're working too hard, Miss Brooks, and it's beginning to show.
Where?
Oh, I don't mean you're falling apart physically or anything.
Oh.
It's just your attitude. Since these midterm exams have to be written, you're almost constantly preoccupied. You don't seem to have your old sparkle and crackle.
Oh, great. Now I'm a bowl of cereal.
I know conditions in school are pretty awful nowadays, and, well, you've got a big load to pull.
Here we go again. Giddy up, Miss Brooks.
There's a look you get sometimes, like a...
Oh, don't say it, Harriet.
Oh, I wouldn't hurt your feelings for the world, Miss Brooks. There's nothing really radically wrong with you. It's just that you're taking this exam too seriously. Why, I noticed you yesterday in the cafeteria with Mr. Boynton. You just seemed to nibble at your food.
Oh, that's just to make Mr. Boynton feel at home. He's very fond of rabbits, you know.
You should forget about work when you're at lunch. Today I want you to relax. Sit down at that table and really tie the feed bag on.
I'll cut those fetlocks off, that's what I'll do.
Oh, by the way, Miss Brooks, Daddy would like to see you in his office.
Mr. Conklin? What does he want to see me about, Harriet?
Well, I'm sure I don't know. Maybe as principal of this school, he feels it's his duty to keep his teachers happy. Of course, you've got to know how to handle Daddy.
What do you mean, Harriet?
Just take the bit in your teeth and don't let him drive you too hard.
Okay.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. Have a chair.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin.
I was just finishing this report from the school board. Will you excuse me for a moment?
Certainly, sir.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, she is so.
No, excuse me, Miss Brooks. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Osgood?
Oh, yes, my dear. I'm glad you got my message to call me back. I just wanted to remind you that this afternoon we're going, you know where, for tea.
Oh, you mean to Mrs. Davis's. I haven't seen Margaret in ever so long. Miss Brooks will be there, too, won't she?
Yes, Martha, that's the purpose of the little gathering, to help that party get her mind off. Well, that is, she's been working quite hard lately, and she looks like... That is her face. Confound it, Martha, I can't talk now.
Oh, sure you can, Mr. Conklin. Just make believe I'm deaf, too.
I'll call you later, Martha. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Osgood. Oh, just one thing.
Yes?
If you see Miss Brooks, don't say anything about our dropping in today. That's surprise her.
Yes, Martha. Goodbye. That was my wife. She sends her regards, Miss Brooks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Conklin.
No doubt you're wondering why I sent for you. Well, I'll be brief. During the war, my outfit had the most consistently high morale of any unit in Camp Bobrick, Ohio. Now, what has all this to do with you, you ask? A reasonable question. What has all this to do with you?
I really don't know, Mr. Conklin.
Of course you don't. Now, take the time we ran out of ping-pong balls. It was nobody's fault. As supply officer in charge of the post exchange, I had discharged my duties faithfully. But still, there it was. No ping-pong balls. There were murmurings from the men. Muttering and discontent swept through the recreation hall. But I refused to be thrown into a panic. Do you know what I did, Miss Brooks? I made those men use their heads.
Weren't they a little big for I mean, how, Mr. Conklin?
By finding another hobby. And that's what I called you here to tell you, Miss Brooks. You've got to find a hobby.
Oh, but I have a hobby, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, what is it?
Collecting a biology teacher. That is, Mr. Boynton and I go to the zoo every Friday.
I'm afraid that isn't enough of a change for you, Miss Brooks. No, what you've got to do is learn how to relax. Have a good time.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin...
Don't interrupt. You've got to concentrate on some outside interest, Miss Brooks. Fun. That's what you've got to have. Fun and gaiety. You've just got to enjoy life more. Be merry. Laugh. Laugh. I don't know just what sort of form your hobby should take, but you've got to get one. You've got to, Miss Brooks.
Please, Mr. Conklin, remember your blood pressure. I'll get one. I'll have a ginger peachy time. I'll go to Arthur Murray's. I'll do something. You wait and see.
Good. Good. That's all I want, Miss Brooks, for my teachers to be happy. That's all I want, Miss Brooks, for my teachers to be happy. Contented and happy. Not nervous. I don't want a school full of nervous rats. You hear me? No nerves. No long things. Do we? Do we?
Before I go, Mr. Coughlin, may I make a suggestion?
What is it?
Did you ever think of getting a hobby?
The cafeteria is pretty crowded today, Miss Brooks. I don't know how you managed to get this table.
Oh, it wasn't hard, Mr. Boynton. I just told the two students who were sitting here I'd flunk them if they didn't leave.
Oh, you wouldn't do that, Miss Brooks.
No, not actually.
I'll get our lunch, Miss Brooks. Just tell me what you want.
Oh, I'll go along. It's fun to shove the little tray along the little railing. Gives me a feeling of power.
No, I'd rather you sit here and take it easy. I've noticed how hard you've been working, Miss Brooks, and now that I see you, there's something in your eyes lately that, well, I can't be specific, but they just seem to say...
All these years of faithful service, and what have I got to show for it?
Exactly. Now, I know you've got to get your exam questions set, but the race isn't always to the swift. You've been whipping yourself terribly.
Oh, fine. Now I'm my own jockey.
I just want you to know, Miss Brooks, that if there's anything troubling you, anything at all, I'd be happy to have you cry on my shoulder.
I'd rather laugh up your sleeve. I mean, laugh on your shoulder. Oh, look, Mr. Boynton, it's nice of you to be so concerned, but there's nothing wrong with me.
You're right. There isn't a thing wrong with you that a good hobby won't cure.
Yes, I know. And I've thought of a wonderful hobby.
Oh, what's that, Miss Brooks?
It's called short ribs of beef and boiled potato. Would you get me some?
Why, certainly. You hold our places here, and I'll be right back.
Okay, Mr. Boynton. Oh, let's see now. Where's that book of questions in English Lit? Maybe I can get a little work done while I'm waiting.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Eat lunch yet?
No, Walter, but Mr. Boynton's getting me some.
Oh, and then I won't sit down.
Good.
Have you seen Harriet Conklin?
No, not since this morning, Walter. She seems to have noticed my disintegration, too.
Really?
Mine has been the swiftest decline since the fall of the Roman Empire.
Tell me something, Miss Brooks. Did you ever collect stamps?
No, I never did.
Then you're in for a treat. See you later with my album. We'll put in a few hundred new specimens I just got.
A few hundred? Oh, look, Walter, I'm allergic to mucilage. You better stop at the delicatessen and pick up a spare tongue.
Well, so long, Miss Brooks. I'll see you after school.
So long, Walter. Oh, what's the use? I'll just have to lock myself in a room if I want to work.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Have a nice chat with Daddy?
Yes, Harriet, a nice apoplectic tete-a-tete. Your father told me to get a hobby.
Have you hit on one yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, I'm glad. I've got one you'll just go mad for. Patternless crossword puzzles. I'll bring a big super special one over this afternoon. See you then, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Harriet. And goodbye to my date with Mr. Boynton tonight.
Oh, did someone mention my name?
Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton. Say, those short ribs look good.
Yes, they do. I hope you like to eat them the way I do. Plenty of horseradish.
Don't mention it.
Well, let's begin. Here's your dish, and here's your knife and fork.
Oh, thank you. That was good. What's for dessert?
You didn't bolt your lunch down already.
I'm afraid I did, Mr. Boynton. I've got to get some work done before my afternoon classes.
Well, this is terrible, Miss Brooks. You're all keyed up. Look, do you play chess?
Not if I can help it, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I'm not very good at it, but it's wonderful relaxation. I'd be happy to teach you if you...
Yes, well, some other time, Mr. Boynton. Now, if you'll just hand me my check.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Brooks. I'll pay your check for you.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Boynton.
You can give me the money later on.
I'm home, Mrs. Davis. Yoo-hoo, Mrs. Davis.
I'm in the living room, Connie. Come on in.
Well, I didn't get much of my test prepared at school, Mrs. Davis, so I've got to get to work right.
That can wait. I've got the yarn right here and 2 sets of extra large needles. Just look at them.
My seconds will call on you at dawn. What in the world are those foils for, Mrs. Davis?
I'm going to teach you to knit. With this equipment, it won't be any time at all before you have yourself a nice Afghan.
I don't want myself a nice Afghan. Give me an American boy every time.
Knitting is just wonderful for the nerves, Connie. Just sit right here and help me roll this skein into a ball.
Oh, but Mrs. Davis...
I do it for you, Connie.
Oh, all right. What do I do first?
Just hold your hands about 6 inches apart. That's the girl. Now I'll start winding. Around and 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 around. Why, what's the matter, Connie?
Nothing. I just wanted to break the monotony.
Now tell the truth, Connie. Isn't this fun?
Oh, yes, indeed. This is more fun than drawing your fingernail over a slate.
Now that we've got a ball, I'll show you how to cast on, okay? What did you say, dear? Oh, it's the cat. Go away, Minerva. We're busy.
Maybe she wants some milk.
No, she just had her lunch. I made it for her myself.
Maybe she wants some bicarbonate.
Now, the first thing we do is catch the yarn onto one needle. So, like this, and like this. Oh, now don't unwind the yarn, Minerva. Be a good girl now.
Yes, Minerva, be a good girl, and I'll boost you up to the goldfish bowl later on. Look, Mrs. Davis, if it's all the same to you, let's let Minerva knit for a while, and I'll play with the ball.
You'll catch on to it in no time, Connie.
Oh, I really must get some work done. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to go into the dining room. I can spread my reference books out on the table there.
Very well, Connie. We'll do some more knitting, but the dining room... Oh, I knew there was something I forgot. You better get in there right away, Connie. You've got company.
That's what I like, prompt messages. Well, hello.
Well, I guess I beat you home, Miss Brooks.
I guess you did, Mr. Boynton.
So did I, Miss Brooks.
Harriet, did you two come over together?
Yes, we did.
Oh.
I drove him.
All this and water, too? Well, now that we're all here, suppose we all keep nice and quiet while I do some work.
Oh, you can work later, Miss Brooks. Here, I've got the board all set up. Let me show you how to play chess.
So go ahead, Miss Brooks. I'll start sorting my stamps and looking for prize specimens to show you.
And I'll get a crossword puzzle started so it won't be too difficult.
Oh, but listen...
The first row, here, these little ones here are pawns. They move 1 or 2 spaces forward.
I know the moves of the pieces, Mr. Boynton, but honestly,
Well,
I
let's
just
just play one game, Miss Brooks. I'll go first. There. Now, don't rush yourself. Chess is a very patient, easy-going game.
Have you got a clean handkerchief, Miss Brooks? I have to clean my magnifying glass.
Here you are, Walter.
Oh, Miss Brooks.
Yes, Harriet?
What's the 6-letter word for horse?
Have you tried BROOKS?
Oh, I've got an EQUINE.
Look at this sesquicentennial Dutch Deanna, Miss Brooks. You can tell by the cancellation it's legitimate. Oh, look through the glass.
Oh, very pretty, Walter.
It's your move, Miss Brooks.
What? Oh, the game. I'll just go here.
Oh, here's a funny coincidence, Miss Brooks. I need a 6-letter word for hobby.
MURDER.
Boy, look at this one. I'll bet there aren't 3 like it in the whole country.
Is that good?
I'll get it.
Hello, Margaret.
Well, Martha Conklin, and all good.
Hello, Margaret. Where's the hobby room?
Oh. The dining room here, Aldrich. Come along, folks. Here we are. Miss Brooks, guess who's here?
Dr. Gallup looking for a new hobby.
Mr. and Mrs. Conklin.
Well, let's not waste any time. We'll get right down to our hobbies. I brought over a bag of toys to be fixed for Christmas. I do this work every year.
And I help Mrs. Conklin with my portable carpenter set. May I set my vise up over here?
Oh, yes, Mr. Conklin, of course.
I'll just dump these toys out on the table if I may. There we are.
That's not a legal move, Miss Brooks.
Well, I was just... Oh, the chess game. I'm sorry, Mr. Boynton. I'll take it back. I'll move my knight instead. There.
This will do you a world of good, Miss Brooks. Give her a broken toy to fix up, Martha. Think you'd like to stuff a few dolls, Miss Brooks?
I just love to stuff a few dolls, Mr. Conklin.
Before you do that, Miss Brooks, take this glass and look at this early Cameroon.
What's the 4-letter word for purgatory?
Harriet.
Well, that's got 7 letters. Oh, you mean Harriet.
The knight can only go 2 squares vertical and 1 diagonal.
Oh, look at this cute little mechanical man. He can walk and everything. I'll just wind him up.
Give me some of those pool toys to plane down, Martha.
Here you are, dear. Are you having fun, Miss Brooks?
Oh, loads, Mrs. Conklin, but would you call the little mechanical man back? He's biting my knitting needles.
His electric drill's a beauty.
Oh, I think it was a wonderful idea, Daddy, our having a hobby afternoon together.
Oh, so do I, Osgood. It's so entertaining.
Sure takes your mind off things.
I'd better saw some of this down again.
What do you mean, Mr. Boynton? The knight can only move 2 squared vertical.
Oh, here's an awfully cute little wagon. It'll be as good as new when we fix the bell. There.
Martha, could you show me that new drop stick you mentioned last week on the phone?
Oh, that wasn't a drop stick, Margaret. That was a cable, I believe.
These loose nails will never do. Never do.
Motor seems to be broken on this. You can tell by the shape of the printing that this is a
Nine, let her work for Billy go.
This horn is fine now.
A little more planing and drilling should do it. Well, that does it. The last toy is fixed.
Yes, and the dolls are all stuffed and painted.
It's been a lovely afternoon, Mrs. Davis.
Thank you, Osgood. It was nice to have you over.
Well, the main thing, of course, is that we were able to interest Miss Brooks in something that could say... Miss Brooks? Miss Brooks? She isn't here.
Oh, that's funny. Where would she be?
I'll answer it. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Davis. This is Miss Brooks.
Connie, where in the world are you?
I've discovered a wonderful hobby, Mrs. Davis.
What is it, Connie?
Making up examination questions in the balcony of the Bijou.
Our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you K-Duma's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to our Luster Cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I didn't get many questions done, but I did see Rita Hayworth in Loves of Carmen. I knew, of course, that with the examination questions still to be done, I'd have to cancel my date with Mr. Boynton. But that was almost inevitable from the beginning. When I finally reached home, I knew I'd have to buckle down. So I headed right to the dining room, opened the door, and turned on the light.
Of course, you can move the night too horizontal.
Why, Mr. Boynton, if I'd known you were still here, I'd never have turned the lights on.
Next week, tune in to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best. And over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how quickly this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate tooth powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate tooth powder today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
A package of Avalon cigarettes, please.
Yes, sir. Oh, just a moment, sir. And don't forget your change. You never guessed, but Avalon's cost you less.
So why not always travel on with Avalon?
Good evening, friends. Good evening. This is Del King saying welcome to Avalon Time with greetings from Red Foley and his entire company. First tonight, we want you to meet a new member of the cast, one Red Skelton, who certainly needs no introduction.
Listen, Del, I need plenty of introduction.
Okay, Red, if that's the way you feel about it, ladies and gentlemen, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and howdy, folks. Hello there, microphone.
Hello there, Skelton. Welcome to Avalon Time. And move in a little closer.
Say, what is this, a microphone or a microphone? Ladies and gentlemen, before I do anything tonight, I'd like to go on record by saying that if Fred Allen thinks that he can stir up a lot of free publicity by slanderously attacking me in one of those radio feuds, gee, I wish he'd do it. Look, I feel great tonight. Okay, I just got back from a pet shop. I was over there. I took my dog back. The other day, I got a wire-haired terrier that won't bark. So I took him back and had him rewired for sound. He's really a smart dog, though. He's a talent scout for a flea circus. I thought they would get more than that, but I'll skip right on to the next one. They're all here. See, but he's really a smart dog. No kidding. Really a lovely thing and intelligent. And what a watchdog. Last night, a thief broke into my house. He went downstairs and started ransacking everything. And I go downstairs, and what do you think? There is my dog holding the flashlight for the robber.
Say, listen, speaking of dogs, Skelton, didn't you give my little boy a dog?
Well, come to think of it, I did give your little boy a dog.
Well, you can go right over to my house, and you can have all of them back.
Yeah. All of them? Say, well, say, if he tickle to death to get them. Where do you live, Del?
Next door at the post office.
Jeepers creepers. Phil, play a number. I got to go down to the post office and see about a litter.
Here he is, folks, the singing star of Avalon Time, Red Foley.
thank you, Del, and howdy, everybody. And hello to you, Red.
Well, same to you, Red. Say, how about that? Red Foley, Red Skelton, we're both on the Red Network. Do you think the Dice Committee will investigate? All kidding aside, Red, pardon me for interrupting there, but how about singing a nice Western song for my grandmother, huh?
Oh, Red, why don't you sing one?
Oh, I only sing in bathtubs, and I haven't sung for years.
How about me singing in the saddle, huh?
Well, singing in the saddle's all right if your horse's name Avalon. Well, we got that plug in.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Red.
I'm a-singing in the saddle, guide me from above. I'm a-heading for heaven and love. I've been rounding up the long-lost doggies out on the lone prairie. I'm heading for my ranch house heaven, where she waits for me. I'm a-singing in the saddle, singing all the way, for the roundup is over today. I'm a-singing in the saddle to the stars above. I'm a-heading for heaven and love. To the rhythm of the hoofs I'm a-humming. Get along, old pal. There's a prairie gal who knows I'm a-coming, waiting beside the old corral. I'm a-singing in the saddle, guide me from above. I'm a-heading for heaven and love.
Well, thank you, friends, thank you. And now, Peter Grant, will you move in, please?
Yes, sir, Red, you betcha. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I'm going to let someone else tell you about Avalon cigarettes. John P. Youngblood of Niagara Falls, New York, smoked a popular-priced brand of cigarette for years. After hearing about Avalons on one of our programs, he tried them. But here's the story, just as Mr. Youngblood wrote it to us.
Well, I bought a pack of Avalons. I smoked one, and I could hardly believe it. Then I smoked that pack and bought another. I thought perhaps the first pack was deceiving me. But the second pack did the trick. I knew absolutely I had found a fine, mild smoke. I'm smoking Avalons from now on.
Thank you, Mr. Youngblood. And friends, millions of people, yes, millions, are switching to Avalons because they are a superior quality cigarette, 100% union-made. And don't forget, Avalons cost 3 to 5 cents less than popular-priced brands, but you'd never guess they cost you less. You couldn't want finer quality cigarettes, regardless of price, regardless of brand. In fact, Avalons give you superfine tobaccos and a truly superior blend at a real saving. So the next time, why not ask for Avalons and save the difference?
Vance Waller wrote it, Bob Strong arranged it, Jeanette sings it. Honeysuckle Rose.
Every honeybee filled with jealousy. When they see you out with me, say, I don't blame them, goodness knows. Honeysuckle rose. And when you're passing by, flowers root and sigh. And I know the reason why. You're much sweeter, goodness knows. Honeysuckle rose. Oh, well, I don't buy sugar. You just have to touch my cup, 'cause you're my sugar. It's sweet when you stir it up, and when I'm taking sips from your tasty lips, seems the honey fairly drips. Your concoction, goodness knows, my honeysuckle rose.
Nice, Jeanette. Mighty nice.
That really was lovely, Jeanette. And next week, folks, Jeanette's going to sing the theme song of the new Frankenstein and Dracula picture entitled Two Creepy People. I'd like to punch the guy in the nose that told me that was funny. But speaking of creepy people and places, you should see the hotel that I checked into this afternoon. It's really a nice hotel. It's run by a Jewish fellow and an Irishman. They call it the St. Levy. Okay, can you picture this, though? A Jewish-Irish hotel with Mexican decorations. In fact, there's a Mexican in every room. La cucaracha. It's a nice place, though. They change sheets every day from one bed to the other. You should see the landlord, though. I never saw anybody so ugly in my life. Last night he looked in the mirror and then said bear traps all over the house. Look, he looks like a glass of stale beer, all body and no head. You know? And of all the crazy people, there's a fellow across the hall from me, no kidding. He raises chickens in his room. I don't mind that, but every time I open up my door, they come in and fight with my pigeons. It's really... You'll have to stop, lady. This is only a half-hour program. I appreciate it. It's really a nice hotel. It's run by a Jewish fellow and an Irishman. They call it the St. Lee... I said that, didn't I? That's why I heard it. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll pardon me, but somebody just walked in with a cap and gown on. Looks like a fugitive from Yale. What's on your mind, Professor? There's always something on those guys' minds.
I run a question and answer program in the next studio.
Oh, you do?
I just asked the contestant a question.
You asked a question. Well, that's...
I can't even answer it myself.
Oh, well, maybe if you'd ask the question instead of asking the question. No, but maybe I can help you out, Professor. What is the question?
What is an armature?
An armature? That's a guy that sings on Major Bowles' program.
Thank you so much. Do you drink?
Yes, I do.
Very bad habit.
That guy's a candidate for a straitjacket.
Pardon me. Are you Mr. Skelton?
Well, I think I am.
Well, that's fine. I hear you're looking for a secretary.
Well, I could.
Have you had much business experience?
Well, a little.
Are you good at answering letters?
Well, I might be.
Can you take dictation and type?
Yes, I can.
You won't mind working overtime, would you?
Well, if it's not too late.
And could you get a couple of business references?
Well, I guess I could if I represent...
Well, that's fine. I'm hired.
What is this, an entrance to an alley or something about everybody bothering me? Well, Bings, you're my secretary. Take a letter, a love letter to Greta Garbo. My dear honey baby.
Are you kidding? Why, nobody ever got the first base with Garbo.
What do you mean nobody ever got the first base with Garbo? I suppose Leopold Strakowski. Really, take a letter in shorthand. This is going to be a very short letter. My dear brother Christopher.
How do you spell Christopher?
Very poorly. My dear brother Christopher, I am sending you COD my old overcoat. To make the package lighter, I have removed all the buttons. P.S. You'll find the buttons on the inside pocket. Say, that typewriter's making an awful lot of noise.
Well, something's got to click on this program.
Yeah.
this letter?
Well, address it to Christopher's Cleaning Shop, Christopher Street, Christopher.
Oh, your brother's a cleaner.
Oh, and what a cleaner. Last week he removed 2 spots from my suit, a 10 spot and a 5 spot. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, the fugitive's back again. What is it this time, Professor?
Really, I hate to bother you again, but...
Well, that's all right.
I am stumped.
Again, huh? Well, what's the question this time, Professor?
It's a question about baseball.
Baseball, say? An old bat like you should be able to answer that. No, I'm kidding, Professor. Maybe I can help you out. I'm an old baseball fan myself. What's the question?
What is a pop fly?
A pop fly? That's a male insect with a blessed event.
Thank you so much. Do you enjoy home cooking?
Yes, I do.
You should go home sometime.
Say, that guy's got me bothered. It's so dumb. That reminds me of the secretary who once thought that shorthand...
If you're going to start telling jokes about secretaries, I'm leaving.
Well, how do you like that, Dell? A stranger comes in, I give her a job, she... That's as bad as the announcer.
Now, wait a minute. If you're going to tell jokes about announcers, I'm leaving, too.
Well, my first program, and I never met so many touchy people in my life. I'll tell a story. Once upon a time, there were 2 goldfish. Well, I don't guess anybody gets sore if I mention Avalon cigarettes. Oh, gee, there goes the sponsor. Oh, folks.
For peace on earth, here's a resolution every nation in the world could well afford to adopt. The neighbor boys sing, I ain't gwine to study war no more.
Gwine to lay down my burden down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Gwine to lay down my burden down by the riverside to study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more. 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 Want to lay down my sword and shield down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Want to lay down my sword and shield down by the riverside to study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more. 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 Ain't gonna study war no more.
Study war no more. The sentiment of that beautiful spiritual is well taken. We're always glad to hear from you, and we're always glad to hear from you, Peter Grant. Take over, will you please?
Well, Dell, you remember when the great American pastime was keeping up with the Joneses? When we paid a certain price for our automobile because the neighbors had one like it. And we paid the top price, mind you, for cigarettes because it was the accepted standard price. Well, we've come a long way since then. Today we buy for real value. Millions have found that they can get highest quality cigarettes for 3 to 5 cents less when they buy Avalons. Now, here's an everyday scene from a big city department store. The clerk at the tobacco counter is talking to the store buyer.
Oh, Mr. Crawford, we need more Avalons. You better double our regular order.
Order Avalons again? Why, say, they're selling faster every day.
Yes, you bet they sure are. And you can understand why if you ever smoked one.
Yeah?
Sure, they're real quality cigarettes. And still they cost several cents less.
And he's absolutely right, friends. Avalons are quality cigarettes. Make no mistake about that. Yet they cost 3 to 5 cents less than popular priced brands. Give them a trial. You'd never guess they cost you less. Next time, forget price habit. Give your thrifty judgment a chance. Ask for Avalon cigarettes.
And don't forget your change.
If you like your jazz music hot and slow, here's just what the doctor ordered. Phil Davis and the Avalon Orchestra's prescription of Field Street Blues. Well, Phil, I hereby appoint you my all-time musical doctor.
Well, sir, that goes for me, too, Dale.
That's fair enough, Fred. But remember, it takes all kinds of ingredients to spell variety. So what are you and the Avalon Chorus going to sing for us tonight?
Well, it's an old tune, but one most everybody likes. And it's different from all our other numbers tonight. Throw another log on the fire.
Throw another log on the fire. Keep my golden memories aglow. I don't see the face of my loved one when the logs are burning low. Throw another log on the fire. Bring back all the sweetest days I've known when our hearts were young in the springtime and her love was mine alone. Now there's nothing left but the embers. Springtime seems so long ago. Throw another log on the fire. Keep my golden memories aglow.
Throw another log on the fire.
Now there's nothing left but the embers. Springtime seems so long ago. Throw another log on the fire. Keep my golden memories aglow.
Thank you, folks. And now, Peter Grant, will you introduce the Avalon brothers?
They need no special introduction, Red. All I have to say is, when you ask for Avalon cigarettes...
Don't forget your change.
Yes, Avalon cigarettes, dear friends, cost several cents less than others. You too can save this difference like all of us Avalon brothers. Each pack is wrapped in cellophane, each pack is union made. No wonder folks from coast to coast say Avalon see the parade. So why not always travel on with Avalon?
Yes, you'd never guess, but Avalons cost only 10 cents, plus city or state tax.
Say, Red Foley, I sure enjoyed your singing tonight.
Well, thanks a lot, Red Skelton. And I like you.
Yes?
I like you, too.
Yeah.
But seriously, Red, why don't you read the folks that telegram you received from Fred Allen, eh?
Well, if we got time.
Why, sure, go ahead.
Well, it says, Dear Red, why should I panner you in a feud? Why, in 1 week I could knock you flatter than my voice. So I pat you on the back. Best of luck, Bricktop. Signed, Fred Allen. Well, thanks a lot, Fred, and I think that's one of the nicest pats on the back I ever got. Good night, folks. Good night, Red.
Well, good night, Red. Good night, everyone.
Friends, we cordially invite Saturday evening at this same time when the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation will again present Avalon Time. This is Del King saying good night, everybody. Avalon Time originated in the studios of the Nation Station and has reached you through the National Broadcasting.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show. Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, you're late again.
Well, I was watching the girls admiring Lana Turner's new necklace.
Lana Turner has a new necklace?
Yes, made out of her old wedding rings.
Hey, who is that girl you were out with last night?
Oh, that's my new girl.
What's she like, Lou?
What's she like? She likes bourbon, scotch, gin, rye, wine, scotch, bourbon.
Look, where did you meet this girl?
Oh, at the Palladium. I asked her for a dance.
Did you dance the foxtrot, the tango, or the waltz?
The one-step.
The one-step?
One step and I changed my mind about dancing with her.
Why, wasn't she a good dancer?
No, but she makes you forget about dancing during intermission. When I took her home, I kissed her goodnight and got a real kick out of it.
She kisses that good?
No, her father caught us.
What? Instead of running around every night with a different girl, why don't you settle down and get married?
Not me, Abbott. Getting married is like going to a cafeteria.
Like a cafeteria?
Yeah, you grab what you want and pay for it later. Abbott, if you're fighting crime, you'll need a man like me. Appoint me sheriff, and I'll go from house to house and pinch every cook.
No, not every cook. You mean you'll pinch every crook?
You'll pinch what you like, and I'll pinch what I like.
Costello,
you'll pinch what you like, and I'll pinch what I like.
You said that. Costello, why were you late tonight?
Well, I overslept, Abbott. I had a very peculiar dream. I dreamed I was a pincushion in a room full of balloon dancers. And am I mad?
Why are you mad?
Well, I woke up just when things were beginning to pop. After next week, I'm going to get my own room. I can't sleep with my brother Pat anymore. All night long, he dreams he's Roy Rogers.
Well, why should that disturb you?
He also dreams I'm Trigger. Abbott, if you will appoint me Sheriff of Encino, I'll clean up the town. I'll mop up all the pool rooms. I'll clean out all the saloons. I'll scour the alleys.
How can you do that?
On the side, I'm a street cleaner.
Costello, if I make you the new sheriff, you've got a lot of brave men to follow. Listen to the records of the background. Sheriff Jones, Redcoats, Northwest Mounted, 1931.
Oh, yeah.
Sheriff Brown, Redcoats, Northwest Mounted, 1938.
Sheriff Costello, Sports Coats, Bullock's Basement, 1975.
Look, to do criminal work, you have to know something about the law. For instance, do you know how to put up a defense?
Oh, sure. All you have to... Could I have that again?
I said, do you know how to put up a defense?
Why should I put up a defense? I already put up at the wall around my house. I also got at the hedge in the backyard. Why do I have to put up a defense?
No, Costello, when I say you put up a defense, I don't mean you put up a fence like you do when you put up a fence. I mean a defense like when you put up a defense.
Yeah, but I think you nuts.
No, you think... It's no use. You wouldn't know how to act in a criminal investigation anyhow.
Oh, that's so.
Yes.
I was down at the morgue yesterday to see a gangster that was killed. I lifted up the sheet, and there he lay, the corpus delicatessen.
That dummy. Corpus delicti, not corpus delicatessen.
This was a corpus delicatessen. He was stabbed with a salami.
Right.
Well, I knew you were cleaning up Encino, but you didn't have to dump that heap of rubbish here on the stage.
Rubbish?
Oh, pardon me, it's Costello.
Costello is sheriff of Encino. He's going to chase all the criminals out of town.
Well, buddy, you ought to put me on that job. You know I'm a regular bloodhound.
From the looks of your ears, you must be part cocker spaniel, too.
I don't have to take any more insults from you, Costello. I can see through you. I've got eyes like a hawk.
And a beak to match.
Costello. How dare you insult my wife? She's beautiful. Why, before I married her, she had men falling at her feet.
And why not? She was refereeing fights at the Legion Stadium.
Oh, you pigeon puss pop-eyed penguin. When I was a girl living in the country, boys used to court me from 10 miles away.
They had to. They were afraid to come any closer.
Pay no attention to him, honey. Say, that's a pretty hat you're wearing, dear.
Oh, I just bought it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think I should wear it to one side off the face?
If you're smart, you'll wear it over your face.
Oh, low life.
Low life?
By the way, buddy, I got some new shoes, too. Do you like them? They're pumps.
On you, they look good.
Well, thanks.
Considering that your legs look like pump handles.
How dare you? I have beautiful legs.
You're bow-legged.
My wife is not bowling.
She's the only woman in the world that can walk down a bowling alley while the game is on.
Costello, for insulting my wife, I'm not going to make you sheriff of Encino, and I'm not going to give you this beautiful badge.
Oh, please, Abbott, let me be the sheriff. I've always wanted a badge. Everybody's got a badge but me. A cop has a badge, a fireman has a badge, even a little Boy Scout has a badge. Abbott, I've just got to have a badge.
But why do you have to have a badge?
I'm tired of holding up my pants with my teeth.
Oh, all right. I hereby appoint you sheriff of Encino. Step forward and I'll pin this badge on your shirt.
Thank you, Abbott. I mean, Your Honor.
Costello, hold still. I'm tearing your shirt.
I ain't wearing any shirt.
Come on, we're going over to the sheriff's office in Encino right now. So you can start to work immediately. Well, Sheriff Costello, you can take over at once.
I've got it, Abbott. What? Man broke into your room? Yes, ma'am. I'll put it on the police radio right away. Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Go to 237 Mulberry Street. An old maid found a burglar in a room. Proceed with caution. The old maid is armed.
Well, Costello, you're catching on to your job fast.
I'm glad I found you here. I have news for you. I just picked up a cent.
Here's 9 cents more. Grab a bus and get out of town.
Cut that out, Costello. My wife may be in trouble.
Oh, that's right, buddy dear. Something terrible has just happened.
What did he do? Find your birth certificate?
Costello, pay attention to my wife. As the sheriff of Encino, it's your duty to hear her out.
Well, if it'll make you happy, I'll throw her out.
Never mind him, dear.
For the last couple of nights, there's been a lot of strange noises. Screams and gunshots coming from that empty house next door to us. Suddenly, at 2 o'clock in the morning, as I was standing by the stove baking fudge...
What happened? What happened?
Oh, she burned her fudge.
I saw a mysterious man peering out of the attic window. He made an ugly face at me like this.
No, don't do that.
I haven't made the face yet.
How can I tell?
Quiet, Costello. This may be more serious than you think.
I'd like to see the sheriff.
That's the mysterious man.
Costello, look. It's Bela Lugosi.
Gee, Bela Lugosi.
Just a minute, Costello. Mr. Lugosi, I am the chairman of the Committee for Crime Prevention in Encino. Now, just what is the nature of your complaint?
Well, I'll put it in a simple language that even a moron can understand.
Step aside, Abbott. He's talking to me. Now, listen, Lugosi, I'm the sheriff around here, and I'm going to ask you some questions. Now, what were those screams in your house at midnight?
That was my business.
And what about those gunshots?
That's my business.
Ask him about those dead bodies in the basement.
It is also my business.
This guy is doing a heck of a business.
That settles it, Costello. You, as sheriff, will have to investigate and search Lugosi's house tonight at midnight.
You will like the house, Costello. It's the only house in Encino where every room has a bat. And a strange man should suddenly appear with a long, sharp knife in his hand and offer to cut your throat.
Yes?
Refuse him.
Abbott, take back the badge. I don't want to be sheriff anymore. Get me out of here now, Abbott.
And that's only half the fun, folks. Just as many laughs yet to come.
Well, Costello, here we are at Bela Lugosi's house.
Abbott, it's awful dark in that house.
But you've got to go in there. You're the sheriff. You've got to go in there and look for the trouble.
Couldn't I look for it out here? There's more light.
Look at me. I'm not scared.
Shh, Abbott. I think I hear something. Or is it my imagination? Thank goodness it was only my imagination.
Well, Sheriff Costello, I see you have come to investigate my house. Come in. I'm making myself a sandwich.
What kind of a sandwich?
It's a rattlesnake burger. Covered with pickled toads and diced bat wings.
Do you put ketchup on it?
What? To get heartburn? No. It's too bad you won't be here for breakfast. We are having shrouded wheat.
shrouded weep? Abbott, look. There's a casket in the corner with rubber sheets in it.
Rubber sheets in it?
Yes, I line all my caskets with rubber sheets. So the rain can't get in.
Why?
My beer is the dry beer.
Hey, Costello, look at that funny-looking machine over there in the corner.
Now, that's my Sears machine. On that, I manufacture robots.
Get it, Abbott? Sears a robot.
One of you will soon be dead. One of you will soon be dead.
Which one?
Don't be so choosy.
Abbott, I'm getting out of here. I don't like the looks of this place. Look at the grandfather's clock in the corner.
Oh, lots of people have grandfather's clocks.
With their grandfathers hanging in it like a pendulum?
Never mind that, Costello. Question Lugosi about the house.
Mr. Lugosi, where's the former owner of this house?
Do you see that pile of freshly dug dirt in the corner?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's not a vegetable garden.
That's strange. I thought I felt a draft on my neck.
What's strange about that?
I have no neck.
Mr. Lugosi, what are you whispering for?
I was born in a library. I had to stay there 6 months.
How come?
My father lost his card.
Hey, look, Costello. There's a skeleton in this room.
Abbott, there's 2 skeletons in this room.
2 skeletons?
Yeah, I just jumped out of my skin. Hey, Abbott, look. Lugosi has just disappeared through that wall. Pardon me, Abbott. I want to see somebody outside.
Who?
Me.
Come back here, Costello. You're scared? Why don't you sing? Go ahead and sing. It'll keep up your courage.
Carry me back to old Virginie.
You keep singing like that and they'll drag you back.
Who are you?
I'm a ghost. I'm the ghost of Richard, the lion-hearted. Who are you?
I'm Costello, the chicken-livered.
Mr. Ghost, Costello is the sheriff, and we've got to investigate this house.
Why don't you start in the cellar? Here. I'll open the door for you. You can go right down those stairs.
Costello, where are you?
I'm down in the cellar, Abbott, but look out for that first step. It's a Lulu.
All right, Costello, here I am. I'll turn on this flashlight, and we'll take a look around.
Yeah, Abbott, quick. Look over there. There's a body on the floor.
Is he dead?
I can't tell. His head is missing. I'm getting out of here, Abbott.
Costello, what are we? Mice or men?
I don't know about you, but I'm glad there's no cat around. Look, Bela Lugosi's back.
Costello, it is indeed regrettable that you choose to prowl around in my cellar. I'm in a bloodthirsty mood. So far this week, I've only killed 9 people.
This guy sounds like a California driver.
Just a minute, Lugosi. Costello's the sheriff of this town, and you've got a dead man lying down here in your cellar.
Yes, I know. He lives here.
But he's dead. He's dead, I tell you. Why don't you throw him out?
I can't. His rent is paid up until June 1st.
Come on, Costello. We've got to continue with the search.
Well, go ahead with your search. If you want me, I'll be in the morgue, lying on my slab. That's where I'm happiest. I'm lying on my slab.
Don't look now, Abbott, but I think he's a little slab happy.
Come on, Costello. Let's look in this room. Open the door. Costello! What in the world was that?
I don't know, and I ain't getting down off this chandelier to find out.
Come on down here, Costello. Hey, look. I just found a secret closet.
Let's open it.
Now, don't touch that door, Costello. Look at that sign. It says, this closet has never been opened in over 175 years.
I don't believe that. I'm going to open it.
To arms, to arms! The British are coming! The British are coming!
Costello! Costello, where are you?
I'm hiding over here under this bed.
Come on, crawl out from under that bed.
Okay. Now, I wonder who put that piggy bank under here.
Hey, look, Costello. There's a panel sliding open in that wall.
Ah, gentlemen, how can I ever thank you? You released me from a hypnotic spell that I'd been under for over 1,000 years.
Oh, Abbott, she's beautiful. Tell me, miss, are you a mummy?
Oh, no, I'm not even married.
Gee, you're lovely. Where did you come from?
I remember coming here on Noah's Ark with all the animals. They all came in pairs. The birds came in pairs. The rabbits came in pairs.
Did everything come in pairs?
Everything but the worms. They come in apples.
What are you two doing here?
Well, we're trying to solve the secrets of this house.
I can help you. I know this house. I've got the inside.
What you've got on the outside ain't bad either.
Be careful. Be careful.
Didn't have enough material, eh?
Lou, be careful. This girl is a vampire. She may be dangerous. And besides, she's 1,000 years old.
You ought to be able to handle a rabbit. She's the same age as your wife.
Which one of you gallant gentlemen opened that panel and released me?
I did.
I'm going to reward you. Come, put your arms around me. I'm going to kiss you. There. How was that?
Abbott, this kid is more than 1,000 years old.
Oh, you're very sweet. You remind me of an actor I used to go with 500 years ago.
Really? You went with an actor 500 years ago? What was his name?
Al Jolson.
Hey, what's that?
Oh, it's Lugosi coming back. He mustn't find me here. I've got to get back behind my panel. But before I go, you may take my hand and kiss it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Costello, what are you doing?
I'm kissing her hand.
But Costello, the girl is gone. She's gone back behind that panel.
Now, wasn't she sweet? She gave me her hand a kiss. I've got her hand, and I'm holding it in mine, and she's gone. And I wasn't that? She's gone? Mom, I still got her hand up.
Quiet! What are you trying to do? Wake up the living?
Costello! It's Bela Lugosi. He's coming towards us.
Well, Sheriff Costello, I got to go now before I get into trouble with the police.
Are you afraid of the police because you killed those 9 people last week?
No, it's not that.
Are you afraid of the police because of the dastardly crimes you've committed?
No, it's not that.
Then why are you afraid of the police?
Yes, why? Why do you have to leave here so suddenly?
Oh, I just remembered I left my car parked in a 1-hour zone. And you know those Los Angeles cops. Good night, Mr. Costello.
Good night, Mr. Lugosi.
Isn't he a lovely chap, Costello?
Yes, he sure is. I'd like to have known him when he was alive.
And now
here are Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is water. W-A-T-E-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
I thought he went where the wild goose goes. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first?
A couple of Irish people selected from our studio audience just before we went on the air. It's our way of noticing St. Patrick's Day, Groucho, and here they are, Miss Beth O'Haggerty and Mr. John Daniger. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. Mr. how do you pronounce that?
Danaher.
Danaher?
Yes.
What do you got that G in there, just to fool people? That's a real Irish name, huh?
Real Irish, I bet your life. It's a real Irish name.
And we got a plug for the show, too. Where are you from, Paddy, me lad?
I'm from Roscommon on the banks of the Shannon in the west part of Ireland.
Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds pretty authentic, huh? How long since you were in Ireland?
42 years.
And after all these years, you still have a touch of the old sod?
You betcha. Yes, sir.
Have you tried Fell's Naphtha and a good stiff brush? Miss O'Haggerty, at least I can pronounce that, huh? Beth O'Haggerty, huh?
That's right.
Which part of Ireland are you from, Beth?
Well, I didn't come from Ireland.
And how is it you're Irish? Was one of your ancestors a policeman?
Both of my grandparents came from Ireland.
Oh, I see. Then you're Irish twice removed. I've been twice removed from Ireland myself. Well, if you're not from Ireland, where are you from, Miss O'Haggerty?
I'm from Los Angeles.
Well, you're a fine-looking lass.
Thank you.
Why is it you're not married, Beth? Beautiful girl like you.
Oh, I just never found any man that was strong enough to take me away from my job, my career.
What are you, a wrestler?
No.
What is this tenacious job that you stick to like adhesive tape, huh?
Well, at present, it's secretary in the tax and insurance department at Paramount.
Yeah, I was there a couple weeks ago. I did a scene in Bing Crosby's picture, Mr. Music. You didn't see me tripping the light fantastic there.
Well, my job doesn't have much contact with the talent.
Well, mine doesn't either. But nevertheless, I'm in that picture. How old are you, Mr. Doniger?
60 years.
60? Well, you don't look it, huh? You're a fine broth of a boy. And when I say broth, I don't mean Irish stew, huh? Well, you're a little old here for Beth, aren't you, huh?
I think so. I really think I am. But besides, I'm married.
Well, then it's not very important, huh? How did you meet your spouse, Johnny?
Well, it's
about more to it than that, I hope.
It's about 45 years ago. It was in a small town in the west of Ireland, and she was out on the street chasing a chicken.
And you were doing the same thing, huh?
When I caught the chicken, I took the chicken back and I put it in the hen house at the back of her house. And then I went back the next night and made my acquaintance, and, well, that's all. I'm married to her now anyway.
What happened to the chicken?
I don't know. I never made any inquiries.
Patty, do you speak Gaelic?
A little bit, not much.
Well, could you give us a few words?
Well, Kay Wilto, Tama Gamai, Kay Wilto Hain, Gamai, Garima Haikut, Tasuro Agan, can take a Maristo.
What does that mean, huh?
Well, it means, good evening, how are you? Oh, fine, thank you, how are you?
Where's your chicken
I hope
tonight?
I see you again.
Could you tell me a joke in Gaelic?
No, I couldn't. I really couldn't tell you. I wouldn't be able to remember that. Now, what I could tell you is a short one in English, if it's any good to you.
Well, frankly, we could use a joke about here. Let's hear the one in English, huh?
Well,
don't make the English too good, or I won't understand it.
This isn't about the English. It's in the English language.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah.
It's about Pat that was up on the 4th floor in a building and was on fire. And he shouted to Mike down on the sidewalk, and he says, Mike, I'm going to jump. Catch me. So he flopped down on the sidewalk, and Mike jumped away from him, and he flopped on the sidewalk and was stretched out. And he says, say, why didn't you catch me? He says, I was waiting to see if you'd bounce.
Well, Pat, if that joke is any indication, you're a much older man than I thought you were. Tell me, Mr. Donay, have you ever seen a leprechaun, huh?
No, I've never seen a leprechaun.
What is a leprechaun? Is it anything like a republican?
No, they're imaginary people.
Well, that's a republican, all right. They're imaginary people these days, too. Tell me, how do you usually celebrate St. Patrick's Day, Johnny?
Oh, take a couple of nips or something like that. Hang around the rest of the day and take it easy.
Well, what's the real reason you Irish celebrate St. Patrick's Day?
Well, because St. Patrick is the patron saint of Ireland, and he drove the snakes out of Ireland.
And where are they now? Huh? And then after a nip or two, I suppose they all came back again. Huh? Well, after talking to you two, all I can say is a happy St. Patrick's Day to you both. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for a chance at $1,000. You bet your life.
When you call on any one of the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers, you'll find it's their honest desire to please you, no matter how small the job to be done. The DeSoto Plymouth dealers offer you the benefit of not only the best tools and equipment, not only the factory-trained mechanics, but they also feel it's important to be courteous, to give their customers a square deal. That's their creed, their way of doing business. So no matter where you drive, remember there are DeSoto Plymouth dealers anxious to serve you. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now let's see if an Irish Carleen and her partner will be the ones who get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected capitals of foreign countries as your category. Is that correct? Okay. Now you have $20. How much are you going to risk?
10.
What is the capital city of Denmark?
Oslo.
Is that the answer you two agree upon? Do you agree with that, Beth? One answer between you now. I'm sorry. It's Copenhagen. Now, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $10 will you bet?
5.
What is the capital city of the Netherlands?
Netherlands. Don't know.
Take a guess, Beth.
I can't even think at this point.
Well, it's Amsterdam.
They now have $5.
Now you're down to $5. Now, here's your third question. How much of the 5 will you try?
The 5.
What is the capital city of Spain?
Madrid.
Madrid is right.
They're on their way now. They have $10.
All right, now you got $10. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10 will you try?
10.
All right. What is the capital city of Portugal?
Lisbon.
Lisbon is right.
And they wind up with the $20 they started with.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still water. Perhaps the next couple will say it. They're a barber, Mr. Arthur Fredman, and a housewife, Mrs. Dorsey Ridgely, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word at any time, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. A barber and a housewife, eh? Mr. Friedman, you're the barber, I presume, huh?
That's right.
Well, there are lady barbers, you know. Where are you from, Mr. Friedman?
1533 Vine Street, side of Orr's Barbershop.
Is that where you were born? Huh?
Minneapolis, Minnesota, though.
I thought perhaps you were born on the third chair as you come in. Huh? You were born where?
Minneapolis, Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes.
The land of 10,000 lakes, and you left all of them, is that it? Where are you from, Mrs. Rigney?
I'm from Green Acres, Washington.
What sort of work does your husband do?
My husband is a disabled veteran, but I'm a truck driver.
Truck? What kind of a truck?
Well, now I'm hauling house trailers with a truck.
People live in these
Oh,
things?
yes, people live in them.
And you pull them across the country while they're living in them?
No, I just pull them and set them on their lot, and they use that in place of a house, most of them.
Oh. How long have you been a barber, Mr. Friedman?
17 years.
17 years, huh? You don't look it. You're a very young-looking man. Where does your husband get his hair cut, Mrs.
Well, he doesn't have any steady barber.
What, is he stewed? Do your customers ever ask you what's a good way for a man to save his hair, Mr. Friedman?
Yes, they do.
Well, what do you tell them?
Put it in the cigar box.
You know, that there's a sister joke to that one you just pronounced over there. The one where the fellow writes in and says, how do you avoid falling hair? And the fellow writes back, step nimbly to one side. You know, incidentally, I know of a hair tonic that'll grow hair in a frying pan. But who wants a hairy frying pan? No joke, but then this is a very old frying pan. How did you get to be a barber? Did you start out when you were a little shaver?
Went to barber college.
Huh?
I went to barber college.
You went to barber college?
Yes.
What influence has the electric razor had on the barber profession?
It cuts down the shaves about 25%.
Mm-hmm. And what do you do? Every time there's another razor sold, you raise the price of the shave. Is that it?
Do you use electric razor?
I use an electric razor, yes. Someday I hope to get the chair. You know, there's something I've always wanted to know. Where do you get all these old magazines for your customers?
We don't have old magazines.
Do you buy them from dentists?
We don't have...
Or are you in business for yourself, huh? Where do you get them? You don't have old magazines?
No.
Well, if one of your customers brings in the latest issue of Look magazine, be sure to see it, will you? There's a flattering piece about me and our show in the current Look magazine. And maybe it'll help them forget that they just lost your ears in your barber shop. Huh? Why is it women don't get bald as often as men, Mr. Friedman?
Well, the female is different than the male.
Well, that's about as accurate a statement as I've ever heard. Nobody is more aware of that than I am, Mr. Friedman. Well, now, let's see if a professional clipper like you can clip an old cut-up like me for $1,000. Now, you beat the other couples, and you earn the chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The Irish couple won $20.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs about anatomy as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, you have $20. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
What's the name of this song? Okay, Jerry. Well, what do you say, kids? What do you say?
I'm
if
sorry.
the smoke gets in your eyes, huh? Now, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. That's the big prize anyway. Now, how much of the $10 will you try?
$5.
$5? Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry. Tiptoe Through the Tulips is right, huh?
They now have $15.
All right, now you got $15. How much of the 15 will you try?
10.
Okay, here's your third question. Let's see if you can identify this one for $10. What do you say, kids? Take a guess. I'm sorry, it's In My Arms. You should have known that.
They now have $5.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 5 will you try?
5.
What's the name of this song? Play. Take a guess.
Body and Soul.
Body and Soul is right.
And they wind up with $10.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, in just a minute, our last couple will try for the chance at $1,000. Fenneman, who's ahead?
Well, the Irish couple is leading with $20. And the secret word is still water. Perhaps the next couple will say it. We invited some collectors from the Bureau of Internal Revenue and some Hollywood business managers to the show tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected collector William Kenny and manager Maurice Dolman. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gents, to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. A business manager and an income tax collector. Is that right, Mr. Kenny?
That's right.
You're the income tax man, huh?
Yes, I am.
I recognized you by your short form, huh? Where are you from, Mr. Kenny?
I'm from Miami, Florida.
How long have you been an income tax collector?
About 7 months.
How did you happen to go into this nefarious trade, huh?
Well, I took the examination in Florida, and I wanted to come to California.
Well, you know, you can live in California without being with the Revenue Department, huh? Although it's not easy. What prompted you to become an income tax man? I mean, what did you do prior to that?
I was a bank examiner for the federal government.
Do you have a nickname, Mr. Kenny?
Yes.
What is it?
At school, they call me Frog.
Why, did you hop around a lot in those days? Are you married, Froggy?
Oh, yes, I am.
And how helpful is marriage from the income tax standpoint?
Well, this year, wife is worth $600.
Well, everything's inflated these days. Is that alive, Mr. Kenny, or... Has to be alive, huh?
She must be alive at the time of filing.
You don't care if they drop dead the following day, huh? How about children? What are they worth?
This year, kids are worth $600.
Hey, the little ones are worth just as much as the big ones, huh? Do you have any children, Mr. Kenny?
Not yet.
Not yet. Well, then you're out $600, aren't you? By the process of elimination, I presume that you're the business manager, Mr. Dolman, huh?
I am.
Where are you from?
I'm from New York.
What outfit do you work for?
I'm in business for myself.
Oh, you mind your own business, huh? Just what do you do in your business?
I manage the business affairs of other people.
Then you don't mind your own business. What do you have to know to be a business manager, Mr. Dolman?
Well, primarily you have to have a good head for business.
Is that in addition to the one you carry around now? Well, Froggy, let's get back to you, huh? You're standing there dreaming of somebody you're going to soap tomorrow, huh? Specifically, what is your job with the Income Tax Department or the Bureau of Internal Revenue?
Well,
Pretty fancy name for a crooked outfit, huh?
We go out and track down delinquent taxpayers, and...
Suppose a fellow owes you $7,000 and he has no money. What do you do then?
If he's got the money, we'll collect it. If
he hasn't got it, you can't throw him in the can for that, though, huh?
If he hasn't got it, no, and he hasn't prepared a fraudulent return.
No.
But we don't put them in jail if they just don't have the money to pay the taxes.
That's a good thing to know, no? Now, what are some of the things we should know about income taxes? For example, should a married man file a joint return or a single return?
This year, it would be to his advantage to file a joint return with his wife, and that way he could take advantage of the split income provision.
When do I get my split? What's a joint return? Is that a nightclub with a money-back guarantee?
A joint return is where husband and wife file one return together and pool their income and prepare one tax return.
Now, in filing a joint return, how much am I allowed as a deduction for myself?
This year, you would be allowed $600 as head of the house.
That's just fantasy on your part, you know. I'm no more the head of the house than you are a frog, Mr. Kennedy. How about Mr. Dolman over here? Does he get another $600 off because of his extra head for business? Now, what is the difference, Froggy, between the short form and the long form?
Well, the short form, the 1040A, you can
That gets in at 11 o'clock, huh?
You can claim, or that is on the short form, you can claim only 10% deductions of your gross income.
You carefully examine every form that comes into your office, Mr. Kenny?
No, we don't go over every form. We just look at the above the average forms. That is,
You mean the ordinary form you don't pay any attention to? Well, would you like me to come down and just look at the average form for you? I'm not as calloused as you are, you know. Why don't you examine every form?
Well, we just don't have the personnel to go over every form that goes in the office. But in regards to that, I want to add that we do pay particular attention to the forms that go into big figures.
This could get out of hand, you know. You must have an army of bookkeepers to go over all those forms. How long does it take you?
Well, it doesn't take long. We have a huge machine that is really a mechanical brain.
You have a mechanical brain? And Mr. Dolman has two heads over here? I'm the only one around here with a single-track mind. I'm still thinking of those average forms. Now, if you were my business manager, Mr. Dolman, how could you save me money on income taxes?
Well,
Oh, brother, are you on the spot now? I can see the handcuffs sticking out of his back pocket. I'll bring you an apple pie with a saw in it in the morning.
Well, what we do is keep proper record of your deductions.
Uh-huh.
Well, you know, in your business, you listen to the radio. You have to listen to other comedy programs that we can take depreciation on your radio.
You have to listen to other programs? I'd rather lose my deduction and not have to listen, huh? Now, suppose I was thinking of hiring you to help me take care of my business affairs, Mr. Dolman. I haven't any, but just pretend, huh? What would you want to know about me?
Well, first, I'd want to know if you were honest.
If I were honest, I wouldn't need your help, Mr. Dolman. Well, between the two of you, you succeeded in confusing all three of us. Now, you're going to try for a chance at $1,000. You beat the other two couples, and that's all you have to do. You're pretty smart fellas. I can't tell you how much they won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The Irish couple is ahead with $20.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build you $20. You selected instruments played by orchestra leaders as your category. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you try?
We'll try for 10.
Okay. What instrument does Harry James play?
Trumpet.
Trumpet is right.
Off to a good start. They have $30.
I want to warn you of one thing, boys. You know, if you win any money here tonight, you've got to put it on your tax. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
20.
What instrument does Gene Krupa play?
Drums.
The drums is right, huh?
They're climbing now. They have $50.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50?
40.
What instrument does Tommy Dorsey play?
Trombone.
Trombone is right.
They're way up there now. They have $90.
Well, you slid right into that one with the trombone. Now, you got $90. It's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
Shoot the works.
What instrument does Carmen Caballero play?
Piano.
The piano is right.
And they wind up with $180. And that means the taxman and the business manager get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. What do you expect of the folks who service your car? Efficient service? Courteous service? Service at a fair price? Well, you get them all when you visit one of the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You'll find they're not only ready and willing, but able to give your car the very best in service. And that goes for the major repair jobs as well as the simpler ones. DeSoto Plymouth dealers have factory-trained mechanics who know cars inside and out, no matter what make or what year it happens to be. And in the hands of these expert mechanics are the most modern tools and equipment made. Yes, that's the kind of top service you can count on when you drive your car in at the sign of any authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here is the tax man and the business manager, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
Here we go for $1,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you and think carefully. And please, no help from the audience. Here it is. In 1777, the American Army defeated the British under General Burgoyne in what has become one of the truly decisive battles of world history. The American victory marked the turning of the tide of independence. What is the name of this battle? Okay, now what is the answer you two have decided upon, and talk right up into the microphone?
Battle of Yorktown?
No, I'm sorry. It's the Battle of Saratoga. Huh? I'm sorry. That's the correct answer. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much? $180 in cash? Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $1,500.
Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder. Meeting human needs is the objective of all Red Cross services. Respond willingly to the 1950 Red Cross Fund campaign. Remember, you're not giving to, but through the Red Cross. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we approach the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here, walking along the alley towards home, we see Mr. Rush Gook. The young man has just finished an intensive session of baseball in Tatman's vacant lot. He quickens his pace now because he discerns a familiar figure on the back porch. Listen.
Hi there. Hello, Rush. Is anybody home? Five. Glorious day. Yeah. Isn't anybody home? Five.
I guess nobody's home.
Mom's downtown shopping with Miss Stembottom, I think.
Yeah, that's about the size of it. No, I only been sitting here about 5 minutes.
Like to come in the house?
Very pleasant out here, Rush.
Yes, it is.
Take a seat. I'll move over.
Okay. This your box?
Uh-huh. Box of mementos and souvenirs Sam Escher sent me down from Dixon.
Oh, sure. I remember you mentioning them. You want Mom to find space for them in the house someplace.
That's right. Well, this half-wit box can be stuck down in the basement or up in the attic or tucked back in the corner of a clothes closet.
Uh-huh.
It's just junk and trash, but stuff a fella hates to throw away.
Yeah.
Got a trunk full of junk and trash, too, at home I'll bring over tomorrow, next day.
Maybe you better consult Mom about it first.
Fine. No, she can throw the half-wit trunk in any old corner.
The reason I say you better consult Mom first, Uncle Fletcher, is because I heard her remarking to Gov we haven't got any extra storage space around here.
Uh-huh.
I even wonder if she'll be able to find room for this box.
She can toss it behind the cellar steps if she wants to.
There's a pile of stuff a mile high underneath the cellar steps already.
Fine. Care to look at some of these souvenirs and mementos, Rush?
I'd like to. You didn't lug this big box all the way from Miss Keller's house on your back, did you?
I brought it over in Gumbox's garbage wagon.
Oh.
Tomorrow or the next day, I'll get him to haul the trunk.
I think you better talk with Mom about that.
Uh-huh.
Because I'm almost certain she'll say she can't.
Now, here's a picture I told you about the other day.
Oh, uh-huh. Buffalo Bill.
Buffalo Bill on his Indian pony.
It's a gaudy picture, ain't it?
Enough different colors to choke a horse.
Yeah.
Green, blue, purple, red.
Black, orange, yellow.
What color is this here?
10, I guess.
Uh-huh. I watched the fellow paint this picture, Rush.
Yeah, you told us about it.
Grundy County Fair, year 1904. $2 it cost. You paid your $2, and the fellow sat down and splotched out your half-wit picture right on the spot. Hey, Sadie may want to hang this up someplace.
Uh-huh.
Now, here's an interesting memento.
Razor strap?
Man that gave me this razor strap, Rush, claimed it had been used at one time to flog Orville J. McWilliams.
Really?
When Orville J. McWilliams was a little boy. You know who Orville J. McWilliams was, don't you?
No.
Teachers never taught you about Orville J. McWilliams in school?
I don't place the name.
Well, likely you were sick this day. The pupils studied about Orville J. McWilliams.
Maybe. Who was he?
Explorer, discoverer.
What did he explore and discover?
Slathers of stuff. Every morning at 6 o'clock, he'd leave the house and go explore and discover some half-wit business.
Well, what?
Explored and discovered the Mississippi River, didn't he?
Gee, I don't think so. Seems to me DeSoto was the fella done that.
George DeSoto?
I don't remember his first name.
Fine. Well, anyway, Orville J. McWilliams never took a backseat to anybody when it come to exploring and discovering junk. Only man in the exploring and discovering business that wore a derby hat.
Yeah?
All the rest of them wore duck hunters' caps. Sherlock Holmes kind of did, you know, a bill down the back and a bill down the front.
Uh-huh.
Orville J. McWilliams wore a derby. The way the story goes, he went fishing without his papa's permission when he was a little boy. His papa took this razor strap and flogged him. I once made the acquaintance of a great-grandson of Orville J. McWilliams, a fellow going under the name of Speece, Harry Speece, dead now. At the time I met him, he was working on the section gang on the Chicago and Alton Railroad out of Gardner, Illinois. Wore a heavy overcoat winter and summer. Reached almost to the ground and had a fur collar on it. Did see him out on the track driving spikes with the thermometer 95 degrees in the shade. You say to him, Harry, ain't that overcoat warm? I like to be comfortable, he'd tell you. I suppose he was comfortable. He'd taken it off. Great-grandson of Orville J. McWilliams, a famous explorer and discoverer.
Uh-huh.
Never heard of Orville J. McWilliams, huh?
No, I'm pretty sure I haven't.
Likely you were sick the day the scholars in school studied about him.
Uh-huh.
His father flogged him with this razor strap for going fishing. The fellow that gave me the razor strap was Fred Yebuckle. I believe Sadie knew Fred Yebuckle. She ever mention him?
Not that I remember.
Fred Yebuckle. Married a woman 42 years old.
How old was he?
46. But you never saw a business like this before.
What is it?
Nobody knows.
Whoa. What's it for?
Nobody knows.
Looks kind of like a can opener.
Yes, it does. Looks kind of like a can opener. But whether it's a can opener or not, nobody knows.
Where'd you get it?
Archie Williamson's brother Pete gave it to me after Archie passed away. Archie was an inventor, see? He invented this contraption and died before he had an opportunity to tell his family what it was supposed to be. You can't open cans with it. You can't play music with it. You can't do anything with it. Still, although it's a memento, a fellow don't like to throw away. This will surprise you.
Rock?
Rock I picked up one Sunday afternoon on the bank of the Fox River near St. Charles. Heft it once. Take a good tight hold. It'll fool you.
Heavy.
Heavy as a half-wit horse.
Well, I'll say.
You wouldn't think a little rock like that weighs so much, would you? Drop it once. Heavy as a half-wit horse.
Yeah.
No, I picked up that rock one Sunday afternoon while I was strolling along the Fox River with Harry Veep. Harry Veep lives in Winona, Minnesota now.
Bet he married a woman 59 years old.
What?
I say I bet he married a woman 59 years old.
Harry Veep? Harry Veep married a woman 20 years old, by George.
How old was Harry?
25. Married Beulah Rutcher. They live in Winona, Minnesota now. Got a Christmas card from them the year before last. Here's a souvenir from someplace. I forget where it was now.
Shoehorn, huh?
Yeah. Where did I get this shoehorn? What am I saving it for?
I don't know.
I got it someplace, and I'm saving it for supper. Well, let it go. It'll probably come to mind sometime or other.
It's got printing on it.
Has it?
W.J. Morrison and Son. Fine footwear for all the family. Boone, Iowa.
Fine.
Maybe you got it in Boone, Iowa.
I never been in Boone, Iowa.
No?
Never. I've been to Cedar Rapids, I've been to Ottumwa, I've been to Sioux City, and I've been to Des Moines, but not Boone. No, sir. Ask your mother when she gets home. She'll tell you. She'll tell you I've never been to Boone, Iowa, and she won't blink an eye. There's a framed picture of some half-wit. I can't recall who he is.
Plenty bald-headed, ain't
he? Yes, indeed. Might be some relation to my landlady's. She's got relations by the bushel. Spread all over the country, too. Maine, Massachusetts, Kentucky, Ohio, all them states.
New York, North Carolina, Wyoming, Texas.
All them states. Tennessee.
Michigan, Montana, Utah, Maryland.
All them states. Oh, I don't know who this half-wit is. Tell you what, Rush. Maybe your mother'd find it more convenient to distribute these souvenirs and mementos around the house. The place would keep them in this box.
How you mean?
Fine.
I didn't quite understand.
See, this is a pretty bulky box. Takes up considerable space.
Yeah.
Sadie might rather empty the box and tuck the different souvenirs and mementos in separate places. This picture, for instance, she could keep in her dresser drawer. This rock could be hid away in a bookcase, shoehorn in the library table. Same way with the junk of trash in the trunk I'll bring over tomorrow, next day.
I think you better discuss it with Mom.
Fine. Oh, she might like the distributing arrangements a good deal better.
About that trunk, Uncle Fletcher, I think I can tell you, Mom hasn't got an extra inch of space.
Here, by George.
Sleeve garters?
Dead sleeve garters. I got no more elastic in them than a rabbit. One of them sleeve garters in a bet. Oscar Slavers, fellow there in Belvedere, bet me a pair of sleeve garters he could crack a walnut with his teeth. Chewed and bit and choked and sweat for an hour and a half. Never phased the walnut. These are those sleeve garters. Oscar Slavers. Didn't have sense enough to stay out in the rain. Married a woman 34 years old.
How old was he?
36. Here's a bicycle pants clip. Button off a policeman's uniform. Another picture, some half-wit. I can't place who he is. Relation to Miss Cullors, likely. She's got relations all over the Union. Pennsylvania, Oregon, Delaware, Washington, all them different states.
South Carolina, Vermont, North Dakota, Louisiana.
All them states. Arkansas.
Florida, New Hampshire, Arizona.
All them states.
This rock interests me. It's so little and yet so heavy.
Picked up that rock one Sunday afternoon while I was strolling along the Fox River. Harry Veep was with me.
Darn rock weighs a ton.
Drop it once.
Flamedest rock I ever saw.
No, junk like this is just trash, not worth a dime, but a fella hates to part with it. I'll collect souvenirs and mementos. And
Hey, here comes Mom up the alley.
Yeah. Probably she'll want me to bring my box in the house and shove it under the davenport or someplace. Clothes closet, cellar, attic. I don't care. Here's a watch Bob Hobart Anderson gave me for Christmas 20 years ago. Hobart Anderson. Married a woman 41 years old.
How old was he?
47. Hello, Sade.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
We take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you late meet eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Huh? A pink elephant just walked into the room? Duffy, you better take another look. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just Mrs. Duffy in a nightgown. I'm busy now. I'm going over the books for 1945. Yeah, I'll call you back. Now, let me see here. The black ink is the liabilities, and the red ink is the assets.
What you doing there, Miss Arthur?
Don't bother me now, Eddie. Now, let's see. First, we take the overhead. We can raise that up. Now, that'll make room for the fiscal. Let's see, that's $23,840. Now, next we take cash on hand, 85 cents. Let's see, that's a difference of, let me see. You push the 85 into the 23. Thank you, Eddie. That gives us 623. Now, carry the 3. That's 2436. Scratch out the 6 and carry the 3. That's 7623. Carry the 3. That 3 is a pest. That gives us 6 decimal point 843,000. Eddie, I think there's a shortage.
Did you shove over all them ziphers?
Every one of them. Holy cat, if these figures don't come out even, I'm really going to be in a hole.
Hello down there.
I can't account for such a big loss. I think I better go over the figures again.
Well, you got $2 million. Want to try for 4? And what a bookkeeper.
What a bookkeeper? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I've been doing this stuff for years. Perhaps you forget that I was only the head bookkeeper of the oyster division of the Fulton Fish Market.
I beg your pardon.
Of course. And the owner of the fish market, Sir Isaac Fulton himself, he used to think I was a genius. He'd look over the books and say, Archie, you've got the greatest fish head I ever seen. Boy, was I fast at figures. Like crazy lightning, Eddie.
Hey, but did you get the right answer?
Well, you got to sacrifice something for speed. You know, maybe that's what it is. Maybe my mind is working too fast for my pencil. I think I better go over these figures again, just in my head.
Well, that gives you a nice, spacious working quarter.
Yes. Well, let me see here. 85 cents into 2384 north. Now we take the zero. Horse. That makes a double zero. Now we kill the hypotenuse.
Say, you're ignoring me.
Oh.
I just come in to tell you that I got a job delivering orders for Colucci, the fruit peddler.
You got a job working for Colucci?
Only temporary, Arch. His horse is laid up.
Glad to hear you're working. Maybe you can pay us some of the dough you owe us.
Okay, Arch. To what extent am I delinquent?
You are extinct to the delinquency of 45 cents.
For what?
For 6 dinners. And 12 cocktails.
Oh, but that don't come to 45 cents.
You forget the carrying charges.
Oh, no, you don't, Arch. I walked out of here.
Then again, carrying charges as bookkeeper. Now, tell me, how much is Colucci paying you per diem?
Per diem?
Yeah. Per week.
Oh. Let me... Oh, he pays me a quarter.
Hey, Colucci is paying you a quarter a week?
Yeah, but it ain't as good as it sounds, Arch. I got to work 14 hours a day.
But Finnegan, the guy is jipping you. I bet you he paid the horse more than that.
Yeah, but Arch, I'm just starting. I can't compare myself to a horse with 5 years' experience. Besides, you know, there's a chance for a steady job.
How do you mean?
Well, you know, that horse ain't getting no younger. Say, by the way, what time is it?
It's 10 after 5.
Oh, boy, I better get back to work quick.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the rush?
Well, the horse only takes 10 minutes for dinner, and I don't want Colucci to think I'm expecting favors just because I'm a human being. Well, so long, Arch.
Now, let's see here. Got to figure how much money is owed to us. Oh, yeah, here it is. Accounts payable. Bunchwager, the butcher, owes us 80 cents. Chin Lee, the French dry cleaner. 20 yen. Here we are. Cavendish the undertaker. You'd think he'd pay his bills after all the business he's got out of this joint, huh?
Yeah. It would just serve him right if we improved our food.
Here's another one. Joe Hennessy. Dinner for 2. 35 cents. He can afford to pay. I'm going to give that guy a ring. Hello? Oh, hello, Mrs. Hennessy. Look, I've just been going over our books, and according to our records, your husband brought you in here for dinner last Tuesday, and he didn't... Huh? That wasn't you he brought in. Ain't you a tall blonde with a red hat? Oh. Oh. Well, when he gets out of the hospital, tell him to drop in and see us.
Man, what a diplomat you are.
Huh?
What a diplomat you are.
Well, Hetty, how was I supposed to know the dame wasn't his wife? They was fighting all through dinner. Now, let's see. I think everybody on this block must owe us money. Look at here. Baganucci, $1.20. Kotolansky, 65 cents. Damianovich, Goldberg, Giannini, Mark Schneller, Epstein, Jones. Jones? What's this neighborhood coming to? Hello? Huh? Oh, hold the line. Miss Duffy, you want it on the phone.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, hello, Clarence. Yes, this is your gorgeous, beautiful doll.
Has he got the wrong number?
What? Oh, Clarence. But, Clarence, that isn't fair to Lana Turner.
This guy must have a snoot foot.
What am I doing tonight? Well, I have a date, but... Huh? Either I go out with you or you'll kill yourself?
He'd be much better off.
Hello, Clarence? What? You think I'm what? Oh, Clarence, that's very flattering. But after all, you only saw me that one night.
That explains that. The guy ain't never seen her in the daylight.
Huh? Okay, Clarence, I'll see you at the Bijou at 8 o'clock. Will you, be in uniform? Okay, darling.
Just a second. Ain't this Clarence, the usher at the Bijou?
Yeah.
I thought so. In uniform. Ain't he the one up on the second balcony?
I'll have you know that he is now on the main floor.
Oh. They probably grounded him on account of his eyesight. Now, look, Miss Duffy, will you take your mind off, guys? I'm having trouble with these books, and we got to straighten them out. Now, will you please explain your filing system to me?
Yes, it's very simple. I keep all the paid bills under P and the unpaid bills under U. It's what they call the TU system.
Yes, it certainly does. And by the way, there's a couple of paid bills here, okayed by you, that I don't understand how they got in there.
What do you mean?
This item here, Armed Forces Transportation, $5. How come?
Well, you don't expect me to come home from the Navy Yard at 3 o'clock in the morning in the subway, do you?
Oh. Miss Duffy, how am I going to explain this item to your father?
Well, Archie, you know, sometimes figures can stand a little padding.
You ought to know. Now beat it, will you? Pad the figures. What an idea. What an idea. Hey, maybe there's some madness in our method.
Archie?
Oh, hello, Mr. Miller. Hey, maybe you could help me. Do you know how to keep books?
Oh, sure. Don't lend them to anybody.
juggle these figures. I can change the 0 to a digit. Turn the 6 upside down to look like a 9. And I can plug up the holes in these trees so they look like 8.
Oh, if I had the wings of an...
Wait a minute, Eddie. Don't be such a wise guy. The figures are right here in the books in black and white.
Black and white, huh? You better get used to them colors. You may be wearing them.
How could we fake these figures so they could come out honest? I got it. We'll take an inventory.
Inventory?
Why not?
Mr. Archer, you could list our complete stock on the back of a nickel without crowding the buffalo.
Never mind the comments. You just help me take the inventory. Now, you call off the items, and I'll jack them up. I mean, put them down. Now, first, open that box there and give me the count on the silverware.
Silverware? Let's see now. Teaspoons, 6. Tablespoons, 6. Soup spoons, 6. Dessert spoons, 6. Total number of spoons, 6.
Okay, I'll put it down. Spoons, 16 dozen. Now, the next item, Eddie, the dishes. How many finger bowls are there?
The finger bowl? Just them same 2 down there.
Right. 6 brass finger bowls. Now, next, china.
Oh, ain't they having enough trouble?
I'm talking about the chinaware, Eddie. Now, cups and saucers.
Okay. 4 china coffee cups slightly chipped on the outside. 6 cups chipped inside. 4 cups, no handles. 8 handles, no cups.
China set incomplete. Only 116 pieces. Now, next the plates. How many pieces?
Just a second, I'll count them. 4, 8, 12, 16...
Plates. 2,000 pieces. Now, what else do we got? Yes, the canned goods. Let's count the canned goods.
Including or excluding Mr. Moriarty?
Don't be so whimsical. I'm talking about the canned goods that will still be canned goods in the morning.
That's still Mr. Moriarty.
Look, I got to get this thing finished. Now, would you mind to please just count the cans?
Okay. Let's see. 1 can of tuna fish.
2 tuna.
2 pea soup.
Split.
No, just leaking a little. There's 3 tomatoes.
That's 6 tomatoes.
4 mock turtle.
Real or imitation?
I can't tell. The label is covered up by the condemned stamp. That's all on this shelf.
Wait a minute. What about that rusty can over there?
Where? Oh, yeah. Let's see.
What does it say?
With women who know their soup's best, it's Campbell's 2-1. Signed, Betsy Ross.
Just a second, Eddie. It can't be that old.
Oh, no? Take a look. That NRA eagle ain't no squab.
Okay, I'll put it down. 2 cans of vintage soup. Now, what's that jar on the next shelf there?
What jar? Oh, that's some pickled pig's feet that Duffy himself put up.
Duffy put up? Okay. 1 jar of pickled pig's feet, untouched by human hand. Now, leave us take the free lunch next, Eddie.
All right. Let's see here. 6 salami sandwiches, 6 liverwurst, and 2 indifferent.
What do you mean indifferent?
After they get past a certain age, it's hard to tell.
Okay, we'll call them chicken salad. 40 chicken salad sandwiches. Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. Huh? Is who here? The accountant you sent down to look over the books. But Duffy, you can't. But Duffy. Huh? Okay, then let him come. I ain't got nothing to hide. quick, Eddie. Where are we going to hide these books?
I don't know where you go hide them.
Young man, I would like to talk to you. I am Mr. Schmidlap, the CPA.
Oh, the accountant. Oh, yes, we've been looking forward to your acquaintanceship. Hey, Eddie, the accountant just got here.
Ah, speak of the debit.
Well, glad to see you, Schmidlap, old boy. Have a cigarette?
Never touch them.
Bite to eat?
No, thanks.
Have a drink?
No, thanks.
Well, look, I got a couple of phone numbers.
No, thank you.
Schmidlap, would you mind breathing into that mirror? I just want to see if you're alive.
My dear young friend, I happen to be a quiet, simple, happily married man with 2 little children.
2 little Schmidlaps. Well, what an occasion this is. Eddie, Mr. Schmidlap here says he just had twins. Schmid, to this we got to drink a toast.
But I didn't say anything of the kind, and I don't drink. It goes to my head.
But, Schmid, you got to on an occasion like this. What will your answer be if someday them sweet, innocent, little blue-eyed, curly-haired cherubs come to you and say, Daddy, is it true that you refused to drink a toast with us to Archie?
Well, okay, but just one.
Atta, boy. Here you are. So the 2 little Schmidlaps. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up.
You stepped on that last bottom.
Gee, this stuff isn't so bad at that.
No, it's pretty good. Here, have another one.
No.
Down the hatch. For he's a jolly good Schmidlap. For he's a jolly good Schmidlap. For he's a jolly good Schmidlap, which nobody can deny. You know, Schmidlap, by the way, what's your first name?
Bartholomew.
You know, Schmidlap, I used to be an accountant myself.
Oh, is that so? Certified?
Nope, pasteurized.
You know, this is the first fun I've had in years.
Yeah, huh? Look, Schmid, come here. I got a little redhead over here on 18th Street, and, well, you're an accountant. You know what a round figure is.
Of course.
Well, this one is for you, and I know she's crazy about bookkeepers, so what will she do for an SPCA like you?
Now, wait. No, I can't do it. I've got to keep this. I've got to keep the beast in me under control. After all, I'm a married man. Now, where are those books?
Right here, Schmidlap. Go ahead, examine them. Go on, get over there in the corner and examine them.
Ain't you leading with your chin there, Miss Arthur?
Yep, Eddie. Just like a boxer leads with his chin to find out the other guy's weakness. This guy's weakness we find out his dame's. Ergo, so we frame him with a dame that is not his wife.
But suppose he gets wise.
Gets wise? What are you talking? This guy is so square he blocks his own hat. Now, let me see. What dame could I get to help us out?
Well,
if it ain't Seabiscuit. What are you doing here? I thought you was out pulling Colucci's fruit wagon.
Yeah, but I couldn't take it, Art.
What do you mean you couldn't take it?
Well, pulling the wagon uphill was all right, but going downhill, it scraped all the skin off of me withers.
Well, I'm glad you came back. I got a little job here that you can help me with, Finnegan.
Oh, swell. Anything human?
Yeah, but I'll give you a whack at it anyway. Now, come here. I'll tell you what I want you to do. Hey, Eddie, watch the joint in case a customer comes in, will you?
Okay, Grimmer.
Archie, you mean you gonna frame a man with a wife and 2 children?
Well, he's got me on the spot with them books, ain't he? The law of the jungle, Eddie. An eye for an eye and a dog for a dog. Now, you keep out of this. Hey, Finnegan. Come here.
Oh, sure.
Now, you remember what I told you? You remember when you're supposed to jump in, don't you?
All right, Arch. As soon as you say giddy up.
Right. Now, just stand by. Hey, Miss Duffy, come here.
What is it now?
Miss Duffy, you see that distinguished-looking gentleman over there with the eyeglasses working on the books?
Yeah?
He just told me he goes for you. And you know who he is?
Who?
Only Bartholomew Schmidlaff. The wealthy bachelor and playboy. Throws money around like a Confederate sailor. Boy, what a spender. You see that fountain pen he's writing with? That's a lifetime fountain pen. This guy will use it once and throw it away.
Oh, he's beginning to sound interesting. But, Archie, if he's so crazy about me, why did he ignore me when he came in?
Well, he told me about that. He's got what they call a phobia. You know, a female phobia. It seems that when he was a baby, he had a very ugly nurse, you see, who was cruel to him, so now he gets shy in the presence of ugly women.
Oh, well, that's different.
Yeah.
But I can't very well chase after him.
What's the matter? Did you suddenly develop a Charlie horse? Look, if you want a wealthy bachelor like that, you've got to go after him a little.
Well, how do you think I ought to approach him?
How to approach him? I don't know. You might tell him you want to write his life story for the Hobo News. Look, what's the use of me telling you how to attack the guy? You'll figure out something. I'll be right with you. Hey, Bartholomew.
Yes?
Yeah, no, I told you I had a cute little doll lined up here.
And I told you I wasn't interested.
But, Schmid, take a look at her over there. Look at that construction. Plenty to go around, ain't there? Ever seen anything like it before?
No, has anybody?
A fair question. But where do you meet her? Hey, Toots, come here. Mr. Schmidlaff, shake hands with Toots. Here, Toots, put your arm around Mr. Schmidlaff.
By all means. Gee, you're cute.
Now, look, young lady, I'm busy with these books, and I don't want to be bothered.
Gee, he is shy, ain't he?
Yeah, I told you. You'll have to be the offensive one.
Well, that's no trouble at all. Come here, cutie, while I give you a little kiss.
Now, just a second.
Oh, come on.
Atta girl, Toots. Okay, I got him by the arm.
Let me at him.
Help!
Wait a minute, Miss Duffy. You don't have to go berserk. The idea is to take him alive.
Shut up.
Help!
Giddy up.
Help!
Giddy up.
Unhand that woman, Bartholomew Schmidlaff, you fiend!
Holy cat. Her husband.
No! This is what happens behind me back when I'm out working like a horse.
Wait a minute, killer. Don't reach for that knife. We ain't wiped up the blood from the last guy you killed.
So slit this homewrecker's ears from throat to throat. So monopolize him. How deep?
Look out. Look out, Schmidlaff, before he jumps for your throat.
Then I'm going out to get my gun. I'll pump this white stealer so full of bullets, he'll never be able to get the lead out. Let me out of here.
Oh, boy. Are you in trouble, Bartholomew? But it's your own fault, you know. I told you not to make no passes at the dame. Boy, when your wife finds out what this guy shot you for, I'd hate to be in your spot. But if you could arrange not to mention anything about the books being short.
The Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell. P-R-E-L-L. Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, it's 5:30, and for millions of workers, the day's toil is over. Among them is Chester A. Riley, who, with a hard day's work behind him, is happily homeward bound on the bus. And as the bus reaches his corner, Riley cheerfully gets off.
Get off! Let me through, please. Quit your shoving. Mister, that's my foot. Madam, will you please stop combing my hair? Watch that umbrella. Let me off! What a workout. That ain't a bus, it's a gymnasium.
Hello there, neighbor.
Well, if it ain't Hobart Morris.
Walking my way, Riley?
Yeah, sure. Say, Morris, how come a big-shot real estate operator like you is walking? Where's your Cadillac?
Oh, I thought I'd walk home today for a change. Having a car is more of a nuisance than anything else. No place to park and that traffic. Stopping and starting, stopping and starting. Believe me, Riley, you don't know how lucky you are you can't afford a car.
I'm even luckier than that. I can't afford my bus fare.
Well, we all have our fiscal problems. But it's good to get home after a hard day's work. This is the part of the day I like best.
Yeah, me too.
I go through the same routine every night, but I never get tired of it. When I get home, I hand my coat to the maid, ask the cook what we're having for dinner, then I kiss my dear wife.
Yeah, well, same thing with me. I get home, hand my coat to my wife, ask the maid what's for dinner, and then I kiss the cook.
You what?
Well, in my house, all three are the same woman.
Oh! I must remember that. But you know, Riley, the biggest thrill of all is when my little girl, Marilyn, comes running down the front walk and throws her arms around me. That child adores me.
Oh, that's nice, when your children like you personally. But nothing compares to the way my junior adores me.
Oh, my little girl's just insane about me.
Well, my boy's insane, too.
Yes, anything I say goes. To my Marilyn, I'm a king.
Well, that's nothing. To my boy, I'm a dictator.
A dictator?
Yeah, I wouldn't lie to you. Yesterday, I heard some kids ask him to go to the movies, and he said, I can't. Hitler won't let me. That's what he thinks of me.
Oh, I'm sure your son is fond of you, but
little girls are, well, they're much more affectionate. Oh, no. That's where you're wrong, Hobart. The girls always like the mother better. But the boys always go for the father. That's nature.
Well, all I know is my little girl couldn't be any fonder of me than she is right now.
Oh, sure, now, but it won't last. She grows up, gets married, she's more interested in her husband and her family. Believe me, if you're going to depend on a daughter, you're liable to wind up in the old people's home, and she won't even visit you. But with my junior, he'll visit me every week.
Oh, well, just the same, I feel I'm a lucky father. Very lucky.
Oh, sure. But believe me, Hobart, until you've had a boy, you can't know what maternal love is. You ought to see the way that kid acts. The way that kid acts when I get home. Just won't let me alone. He crawls all over me.
Well, as far as that goes,
here's where I leave you, Hobart. So long.
So long, Riley.
Climb upon my knees, honey boy. La, 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 la.
Daddy, honey, how's my big sweet daddy?
Where's your brother, Babs? Oh, there you are, Junior. Hello, son.
Hi, Pop. See you later.
Hey, wait, sister. Some sonny boy. I got a good mind to...
Oh, Riley. Now, listen, dear. I want to have a serious talk with you.
I'm glad you feel that way, Dumplin'. I want to have a serious talk with you. Peg, you got to tell Junior to respect me more.
All right, dear. Now, listen, something's got to be done. I've just got to have more money for the house.
Yeah, Peg, we'll discuss it later. I got more important things on my mind. Junior! Oh, here you are. Listen, Junior. Junior, do you recognize me?
What?
Who am I?
What? Gee, don't you know, Pop? Did you get your head caught in the bus door again?
No. Just tell me one thing. Am I your father?
Well, sure, I guess so.
You guess so? Well, I am. I even look like you. And if I look like you, what's the idea of ignoring me when I come into the house?
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I got something on my mind.
Yeah, something on your mind. That's no excuse. When I was your age, my mind was a blank.
Well, this is about school. My literature teacher picked me to write a composition. They're going to print it in the Daily Tribune.
No kidding. In the Tribune? Well, what do you know about that? My own boy, a regular author.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one who was picked. Every week they pick a boy and a girl, and this week...
What am I standing here for, talking, wasting your time, a big author like you? I'll let you get back to your typewriter. I'll see you later, son. Oh, what a boy. Oh, Babs.
Yes, Daddy?
Listen, Babs, what's the idea of not saying hello to your father when he comes home? Junior!
Are you looking for Junior, Daddy? He went out for a minute.
Yeah, I just wanted to see how he's getting on with his composition. Oh, here it is.
Oh, don't read it. He hasn't finished it yet.
Oh, what's the harm? That's it. The greatest man I know. Hey, that's a wonderful subject. There's all kinds of great men he can write about. Washington or Lincoln or Napoleon. I wonder who he picked. The greatest man I know is just an average citizen, a fine husband, and a wonderful father. He picked me!
Well, after all, what else could he do?
I consider this man great, even though he has never accomplished anything really important. You see, it is me! This man is the soul of generosity. His devotion to his family knows no bounds, forever concerned with their comfort and welfare. Their slightest wish is his command. Babs, you think maybe he's exaggerating a little?
Well, Christmas is coming, and...
Listen to this. I love him for his gallantry and Chevrolet. We ain't got a car.
That's chivalry.
Oh. He's a modern Sir Galahad, my knight in shining armor. Oh, Junior, I didn't know you cared. The sight of his dear face warms my heart. To me, it is the handsomest face in the world.
Junior wrote that?
Yeah. Oh, boy, someday that boy will write great fiction.
Well, read the rest of it.
Well, he didn't finish it. Babs, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I ain't really like he says here, but don't tell him.
Daddy, you've got the weirdest look on your face.
Yeah, that's happiness. I'm happy, and at the same time, I feel kind of small, almost petty. When I think that my own son thinks I'm a... Oh, Babs, I gotta live up to what he thinks of me.
Oh, Daddy, don't take it so seriously. You're swell the way you are.
I know, but I'm going to reform. I'm going to be generous and shiv everything he says here. I ain't going to make a liar out of my boy.
Oh, Daddy, there's Junior now. Come on, you don't want him to find out you read it.
Why not? The least I can do is to kiss him.
No, if he knows you read it, he'll be embarrassed and he may not even finish it.
Oh, he's got to finish it. That's got to be printed. Don't tell him, and don't say nothing to your mother. She'll get jealous. Come on out.
Oh, hello, Pop.
Oh, Junior, darling, do you want anything? Tell me what you want, and I'll get it. Anything. You just name it. Well, Junior, don't stand there with your mouth open. Answer me. What do you want? Name it.
Well, I don't want anything right now, Pop.
Well, anytime you do, just ask me.
Okay, Pop. Hey, excuse me, I got to finish the composition.
All right. Ah, bless him.
Daddy,
I
just got to have some money for a pair of stockings.
Ask your mother.
But, Daddy...
Oh, so there you are, Riley. Now, I want you to listen to me, please.
Go on, Dumpling. I'm all ears.
I know. But it's about these bills. Now, Riley, I've simply got to have more money for the house.
I'm sorry, Peg, but you'll have to live within our budget.
But it can't be done.
Other women do it.
Don't talk to me about other women. Other women wear mink.
So do minks. I want a wife, not a mink.
Oh, I don't want a mink. All I want $5 more a week.
Can't be done, the budget.
Say, what's all the noise?
Junior!
Oh, I was just talking to your father, dear.
You're generous, Father. How much did you say you wanted, Dumpling? Will $10 be enough, darling? Here, here's 15, Angel. Well, don't stand there with your mouth open, sweetheart. Take it, please.
Babs, call the doctor.
Well, what's the matter with you, dearest? I'm offering you money. Must I beg you to take it?
Well, take it, Mom.
Well, all right, I will.
Thanks, Dumpling.
Babs, you better give me a hand with the dishes. I'm dazed.
No. I wouldn't think of you doing the dishes. You and Babs go to a movie or something. I'll do the dishes.
You do?
Well, sure. You know me, the soul of generosity. Is there anything you want, son?
What? Just a little quiet, please. I got to finish my typing.
All right.
Well, come on, Babs, as long as your father's doing the dishes.
Who's doing the dishes? Where did you get such a fantastic idea?
Why, Chester Riley, you just said that you do the dishes.
I gotta leave this door open. It's hot in here.
Where's the box of does?
Hello? Is that you, Marilyn? It's Junior. I got your composition all finished. Yeah, I put in everything you said. Yeah, about being generous and... Yeah, about Sir Galahad, too. All that bunk. Well, here's how I finish it. His whole life has been one of personal self-sacrifice, giving his all not for the sake of fame or fortune, but for love. He is a shining example to all fathers. That is why I say the greatest man I know is Hobart Morris. Like it? Yeah, I made 2 copies. Now I still got to write my composition. Who I say's the greatest man? Who? My father? Are you kidding?
Daddy, is that you in Junior's room?
Babs, will you quit spying on me? I just came in to see how he's getting on with that composition. Where is it, anyhow?
You better not let him catch you.
He won't. I saw him go out before. Oh, here it is. Let's see. Soul of generosity. He wrote some more. Listen. His whole life has been one of personal self-sacrifice, giving his all not for the sake of fame or fortune, but for love. Oh, I don't deserve it.
Oh, yes, you do.
All right, I do.
Read the rest.
No, I can't go on.
Go on.
He is a shining example to all fathers. That is why I say the greatest man I know is... Junior may be a brilliant writer, but he can't spell so good. Look how he spelled my name. Hobarr. Hobart Morris. He's writing this about Hobart Morris.
Oh, no, he couldn't be.
Well, here it is in black and white. He thinks Morris is the greatest man he knows. My own son. I mean my ex-son. Oh, Betsy, what'll we do?
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Say, Ken, there's glamour in a tube of Prel. Prel, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo.
Of course, Prell's the glamour shampoo for two reasons.
First, Prel leaves hair far more radiant than old-fashioned soaps or soap shampoos because there's no soap film to dull the natural brilliance of your hair. Prel leaves hair radiantly soft, radiantly smooth, radiantly lovely. Easy to manage, too.
Second, Prell removes unglamorous dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it.
And don't forget that handy Prel tube. No messy jars, no slippery bottles. It's easy to use.
A little makes mountains of lather. Yes, you too will sing the praises of
P-R-E-L-L Prel Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prel Shampoo.
by Prel Shampoo. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
I can't believe it, Babs. I just can't believe Junior would do a thing like this to me.
Stop worrying about it. It's so silly. Just forget.
I'll never forget it. I can't get over it. He actually had the nerve to write that the greatest man he knows is Hobart Morris. And on the typewriter that I bought him last Christmas. I'm glad now that I never paid for it. They can take it back. How could he turn on me like this?
Daddy, stop making him out to be a Frankenstein or something.
I'll hold this against him for the rest of my life.
No, you won't.
And not only him, he'll grow up and get married and I'll have grandchildren. And boy, will I be mean to them.
Oh, go on. You couldn't be mean if you tried to.
Maybe you're right. Okay, I'll love my grandchildren, but their father, never.
Oh, come on now, Daddy. Snap out of it. Junior's just a silly child. Now cheer up. I love you.
You do?
I think you're wonderful. Here's a kiss.
Oh, Babs, you make me so ashamed. I owe you an apology.
What for?
I never paid as much attention to you as I did to Junior. That's because I had a crazy idea that boys are better than girls. Even when I first got married, I wanted the first baby to be a boy. And then when you came along, I was so mad I was going to sue your mother.
Why don't you go bowling and forget?
There's your mother. Now I'll tell her what kind of a son she's got.
Well, why make a big issue over nothing?
No, Babs, your mother's got to know.
Know what, dear?
Peg, I'm glad you're home. I got to have a serious talk with me. You know Junior?
Yes, we've met.
Fine boy, huh?
Wonderful.
Good son, huh?
There's none better.
Well, that's where you're wrong. He's a monster. You didn't give birth to a son, you gave birth to a Frankfurter. That's what he is.
Chester Riley, how can you talk about your own son that way?
Peg, let me tell you
I don't care to stand here and listen to you call him names. Come on, Babs. Let's go to that movie.
But, Peg, I told you. Okay, just for that, I won't tell her.
Hello, Marilyn. This is Junior. I just turned in your composition to the newspaper. Well, yeah, I'll give you the carbon copy later. I'm at the library. No, I didn't even start my own article yet. And I've only got an hour to get it to the paper. I was thinking of writing about my father, like you said, but, well, I don't know. He might get sore if I said he was the greatest man I know. He's very modest.
Oh, how could he do this to me, his own father? When that article comes out in the paper, I'll die.
I thought this was the right house.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, I didn't hear you come in, Digger.
The door was open. As I was passing by, I saw you stretched out on the couch. So I came in.
I've been laying here thinking of what a mess I've made of my life. I'm a failure, Digger. There's no telling where I'll end up.
I can tell you.
I'm in trouble, Digger. It's my boy.
Ah, yes. Boys can be problems. Yesterday, a gang of hoodlums pilfered a sign from a place that paints automobiles and hung it on my business establishment. No, I was furious.
Why? What did the sign say?
We guarantee you a permanent finish.
So what Junior did was worse. You see, he wrote this article for the newspaper. His idea of the greatest man in the world. And instead of me, he picked Hobart Morris. Here, see?
Ah, you must be disappointed at this filial ingratitude. My son, Mustang, worships the ground I walk on.
Well, you're lucky.
Only yesterday he was bragging to his friends about my importance. He said, my father carries more weight than any man in town.
I don't know what to do. How will I face people when it's printed?
It is a pity. It's a fine piece of writing, except for Hobart Morris's name at the end.
Yeah, if only my name was there instead of... Wait a minute, I got an idea.
Oh, no, you're not going to substitute your name.
Yes, I will. My head's made up. Lend me that pen.
Riley, this is deceitful.
Just cross out Hobart Morris and put Chester Riley there. Now, I'll take it down to the newspaper and no one will know the difference. Trying to make a monkey out of me, huh? Well, I can do all right by myself.
Oh, I disapprove of this, Riley. A little dishonesty today can grow into grand larceny tomorrow. Consider the case of a German customer of mine, the late Baron von Gleef, whose epitaph now reads, here lies von Gleef, a notorious thief, the most difficult case we have found. He was so crooked that he couldn't lie flat. We had to screw him into the ground. Well, I'd better be shoveling off.
Pardon me, sir.
Yeah, mister.
Who's in charge of the compositions?
The what?
This composition, see, written by Junior Riley.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Well, it's too late. The editor's gone home.
Oh, please, you gotta print it. Look, here's $1.
Well, okay. The typesetter's still around. I'll send it down.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, good night. Oh, I got here just in time. Another few minutes.
Hey, Pop.
Junior!
Hey, Pop, what are you doing here?
Go on home, Junior.
Oh, but Pop,
Go on home this minute. Do you hear me?
But my article,
Never mind your article. Go on home.
Well, gee, what'd I do?
You know what you've done, you little ungrate.
But, Pop...
Ain't you got no respect?
But, Pop...
Ain't you got no loyalty?
But, Pop...
Stop popping me. If I was your size, I'd pop you. Go on home.
Okay, I'll go.
And from now on, you and me are through. Oh, I'm willing to feed you, I'll clothe you, and I'll send you to college and pay for your wedding. But after you're married, you're on your own.
Well, Riley, you're up early.
Oh, Peg, good morning. Excuse me, I gotta go.
Now, wait a minute, Riley. Now, there's something going on between you and Junior, and I'm going to find out what it is.
But, Dumpling, nothing's going on.
Now, don't tell me nothing's going on after the way you spoke about Junior last night. Now, what's the trouble
Well,
here?
there's no trouble, Dumpling. Don't you trust me?
Riley?
Now, I'm hurt. When your husband swears to you there's no trouble, you should trust him. Especially now when I got so much trouble.
Oh, so there is something wrong. I thought so. Now, please, Riley, tell me what it is, dear.
Off
so
the paper, boy. I gotta go, Peg. I'll be right back.
Take your paper, Mr. Riley.
Thanks. Now, let's see. Where is it? Here it is. The Greatest Man I Know by Chester Riley, Jr.
Oh, there, Riley.
Hello, Hobart. You're just in time. My boy Junior's got a piece here in the paper all about me.
Really? I didn't notice it. My Marilyn's got one about me.
Yeah, well, that's a coincidence. But I bet she don't rave as much about you as my Junior does about me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Listen to what she says here. This man is great because he is the soul of generosity. His devotion to his wife and children knows no bounds.
Oh, that's nothing. Listen to what Junior says about me. This man is great because he is the soul of generosity. His devotion to his wife and children knows no bounds. How do you like that? I bet you wish your Marilyn would have said that.
Now, listen to how she ends.
Yeah, listen to how my Junior ends his.
Here we are.
His whole life has been one of personal self-sacrifice. A shining example to all fathers. That is why I say the greatest man I know is
Hobart Morris.
Chester Riley.
Riley, there's something fishy here.
Yeah, I got the same feeling, but I can't quite put my finger on it.
Don't you see what it is? These pieces are identical. Word for word.
Yeah, word for word.
Well, that's a fine thing. I'll wager your idiotic son's behind it.
No, don't blame my idiotic son. Blame his idiotic father.
What did you have to do with it?
Well, you see, I guess Junior must have written this for Marilyn, and I thought, well, I changed your name to mine on carbon copy.
You what?
I brought it down to the paper. That's why they're both...
Why, of all the asinine meddling, what possessed you to do a thing like that?
Now, please, Mr. Morris, don't be sore. You see, I thought Junior didn't... Well, it was this way. I wanted to save my face, but it wasn't worth it.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. A treat in a tube. That's Prell, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo. From Brooklyn, New York, Mrs. Agnes Tranberg voluntarily writes,
I've used Prell on my own hair as well as my 2 daughters. I'm amazed, delighted, and thrilled with the results. I can truthfully say I intend to use Prell exclusively.
Friends, treat yourself to a Prell shampoo. See how quickly Prell removes unsightly dandruff, leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, easy to manage. You'll sing about
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Honest, Riley, this is the craziest mix-up I ever heard of.
Yeah, I still can't get it straight. Junior, did you say you wrote another article for yourself?
Well, sure, but you wouldn't let me give it to the paper.
Well, never mind the details. Let me see it.
Hey, here it is.
The greatest man I know is a member of my own family. Hey, this is great. Listen to this. This person is kind, considerate, and thoughtful at all times, smiling bravely in the face of adversity. Hey, this is even better than what you wrote about Hobart Morris. Devotion, loving kindness. Oh, this is wonderful. Thank you, son.
Now, let me see it.
No, wait, let me finish. And that is why I say the greatest man I know, Junior.
Oh, it's just a joke.
How could you do it?
It's just a gag.
I'm tearing this up right now.
Now, wait a minute, Riley. Here, let me read
No,
that.
give me.
Let me read it.
Oh.
And that is why I say the greatest man I know is my mother, because in our family, mother wears the pants.
What a revolting development this is.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix is currently appearing in the Paramount picture Where There's Life. The script is by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Schiff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. Babs is Barbara Eiler. Junior is Tommy Cook, and Hobart Morris is Gail Gordon. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker.
Gibson girlie, along on a tandem she'd go. Her blouse she kept white and pearly, with wonderful ivory snow.
Ah, wonderful ivory snow. Just the beauty bath to keep your lovely blouses, lingerie, and nylons new-looking longer. And your hands will tell you why ivory snow keeps nice things lovely longer. Prove it. This week, wash dishes with ivory snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll know it's extra kind to your fine fabrics. There's no other soap like it. Ivory Snow is the only soap, both ivory mild and granulated for efficiency. Makes suds instantly and lukewarm even in cool water.
Ivory Snow is so kind to your hands, you just know it's kind to sheer nylons and lovely blouses, sweaters, and lingerie.
Oh, wonderful Ivory Snow.
S-N-O-W.
This is Ken Niles reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L. Prell Shampoo. Listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Hi, Doggy's Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, no trace of Elizabeth and little Pearl has been found yet, and Abner's enforced bachelorhood is beginning to get the better of him. Anxiously, he awaits each day's mail deliveries, but always he's doomed to disappointment. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store and library trying to console and to advise his unhappy business partner. Listen.
Well, now, pull yourself together, Abner. If a letter comes for you, Dick Hudson will see that it gets over here to you.
Well, yeah, but I ought to have got a letter long before this, Lum. Either from Elizebeth or that brother-in-law of mine, one. Don't forget I wrote to him and asked him if Elizabeth was staying at his place down there in Texas.
Yeah, I know you did. You've told me that 1,000 or 100 times.
Well, why don't he answer me then?
Well, give him time. Give him time. You'll get a hearing from him. Don't worry.
Doggy's Lum, I just can't sit around this way waiting. I got to get out here and hunt for Elizabeth. Find out where she's at.
Well, we're doing all we can to find her, Abner. Just try to take it easy for a while.
Oh, I can't worry to death.
Things are going to come out all right. You just wait and see.
I hope so.
Just recollect that every cloud has a silver filling. That's old Eddard's saying. Every cloud has a silver filling.
Yeah, wait a minute. There comes Mousy up out there. Reckon he's got a letter for me?
No, he might have.
Wait a minute. Look there, Lum. He's got a piece of paper of some kind in his hand. That's it. It's your short word. That's my letter right now.
Don't get your hopes up too high. That might just be a report.
Report?
Yeah, he's been out doing some detective work, trying to find some clues where Elizabeth might have went to.
Oh.
I told him not to make out none of them idiotic reports of his, but he'll more than likely do it anyway, as he always does.
Yeah, well, I believe that's a letter he's got this time, old Short. Well, howdy, Mousy.
Yeah, howdy, Mousy. Come on in.
Hello, Lum. Abner.
What have you got there, Mousy?
Is it a letter for me, Mousy? No, sir. This is an official report.
Uh-oh. I'm scared of that.
Dad, blame it anyway. Whereabouts is that letter for me? That's what I want to know.
Well, don't worry, Abner. You'll get one sooner or later.
Official report of Llewellyn Snavely Gray, alias the man...
Now, wait a minute, Mousy. I ain't got time to listen to all that prittle-prattle you always write down in them reports of yours.
Well, I made this one very brief, Lum, like you told me to do.
Well, it's still too long. All I want you to tell me is whether you found any clues about Elizabeth's disappearance.
Well, I'd much rather give it to you in the official form, Lum, and then you get the true picture of the whole
I
thing.
don't want to hear it that way. Just tell me. Answer my question.
Well, Lum, I'm sorry, but I'll have to make it in the form of a report.
Well, go ahead and give me the true picture then.
I always do everything right. That's what I always say.
Hurry up and make it short.
Yes, sir. Official report of Llewellyn Snavely Gray, alias the Masked Muskrat.
The Masked Muskrat?
Yes, sir. That's the new name I've adopted. It's my professional name, Lum.
Yeah.
Yes,
well,
sir.
hurry up. Toad on.
Yes, sir. Alias the Masked Muskrat. Operator 13K58.
Just a minute, Mousy. The other day you was operating her number 26. I thought you was such a great fella for being accurate.
Yes, sir. Well, that's all explained in the footnote, Lum.
Footnote?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Granny, so you putting footnotes in these reports now?
Yes, sir. Here's the footnote right here. Footnote. Operator 13K58 was formerly designated as Operator 26. Changes of this type are frequently made to confuse enemy agents, crooks, petty thieves, and other criminals. See how I've got it all down there for you, Lum?
You ain't the only ones you're confusing either. Now skip over all that stuff that don't mean nothing. Get on to the main part there.
Well, that comes next here, Lum. Let's see. Yes, here it is. And it's brief and to the point, too.
Well, good.
Question to be answered by report. Did you find out anything about Elizabeth Peabody's disappearance? And here's the answer, Lum.
Yeah.
Answer, quote, no, unquote.
Is that it? Is that your report?
Yes, sir. Now, isn't that nice and brief like you want me to make it, Lum?
Mistake. Now, why couldn't you just told me that without going through all that other rigmarole about masked muskrats and stuff?
You know me, Lum. I like to be accurate, you know.
Swan to goodness, if that don't cap anything I've ever run up again in my whole life.
Well, I guess I better get back on the job, Lum.
Yeah, I think you'd better, too.
I'll be back with another report just as soon as I have anything to report, Lum.
Well, don't make it too soon. If you don't never do it, that's plenty soon enough for me.
Well, I'll be back before that. The masked muskrat never fails. Hi-ho, muskrat.
Hi-ho, muskrat. That don't beat the bugs of fighting. A growed-up man running around acting like a middle-sized lunatic. Trying to be like some character in Friction that he's more than like to read about Summers, I reckon. If you see him coming back with another report anytime today, just let me know so that I can go and hide in a feed room or someplace. Abner, are you listening to me? Well, you don't look like it.
Well, I was just sitting here wondering, Lum, why in the world I don't get a letter from Elizabeth. I can't understand it. Though Elizabeth's been gone for several days now, Lum, and I ain't heard a word. Not from her and nobody else. She just disappeared, and I ain't been able to hear a thing from
I know
her.
all about it. You don't have to tell me about it. You'll hear from her, don't worry.
I don't know.
I don't believe the mail hack's got in here yet today. He's been coming pretty late the last couple of weeks.
Well, he come early yesterday and the day before that, too. I was down there at the post office waiting for him.
Well, I mean, some days he comes late. This is more than likely one of them.
Well, I wish you'd hurry up and get here before I go plumb stark raving mad crazy. Well, hello, Cedric.
Wonderful world.
Yeah, come on in, Cedric.
Yeah, come on in. What can we do for you today?
Let's see now. What did I come over here for?
Well, can't you recollect, Cedric?
Oh, I'll get it. Just don't rush me. Let me study on it here a minute.
Now, let's see now. What could you come over here for? What was it, some groceries or some kind you wanted?
No, Mom, I don't believe it was groceries.
Was it some horseshoes for your pa's blacksmith shop?
No, Mom. No, I know it weren't that.
Now, let's see. Was it sugar? Have you got your sugar rationing book with you?
No. I believe you're getting warm, though. Seems like I brung something with me.
Let's see.
Just a minute, Cedric. It weren't a letter, was it?
Letter? Oh, yes, Mom, that's it. Yep, that's it, all right, a letter. It's just what it is.
A letter? Well, I know it. Here, give it here, quick, Sandy. I knowed I'd get one today. I knowed it. I just felt it all along, Mom. Whereabouts is it from, Cedric?
I don't know. I never even looked. Here, you can find out for yourself. I got to go doing some more detective work.
Well, here, you take the letter and read it to me, Lum. I'm too excited to even think.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, hurry up.
I'll see you fellas later. I got to get on the job. I'm assistant to be a big detective now.
Yeah? Who is he?
Well, I can't tell. It's a secret. So long. Hi-ho, muskrat.
Hurry up, Lum. Hurry up. Read it, Lum. What did it say? What's it about?
Wait till I finish getting it open here.
Is it from Texas? Is it from Elizabeth's brother or from Elizabeth, Lum?
Well, let's see here. I know. This is from the Treasury Department.
The Treasury Department?
That's what it says here.
Well, I do know. Has that woman of mine went clean to Washington?
To Washington?
Why, sure. Ain't that where the Treasury Department is at, is Washington? Ain't that where you said Elizabeth was writing a letter from?
Well, the letter come from there, but Elizabeth never wrote it.
She never, huh?
Of course not.
Well, who did then?
Let's see.
Hurry up, Lum.
Here it is. The War Saving Staff of the Treasury Department.
Was they the one that had seen Elizabeth there in Washington?
No, they never seen Elizabeth.
Well, how'd they find out she was there then?
Abner, if you'll just let me explain, I'll tell you what this letter's all about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tells about a big Retailers for Victory campaign.
Is Elizabeth running a campaign now?
No, the Giverman is.
Huh?
They've asked us to join up with this campaign and start selling war bonds and stamps right here in the store.
Oh.
Says here that all the big and little retailers all over the country is joining up.
Well?
Now, Granny, they can depend on us to do our share, too. We'll sell more than our quota. I can tell you that right now.
Well, is there a profit in selling them bonds and stamps in the store here?
Why, of course not. Wait a minute. Yeah, there is, too, a profit.
There is, huh?
Every time we sell a war bond or a stamp, we earn ourselves a nice big dividend.
Well?
Only it ain't in money. It's in freedom. Freedom for the future. And that's worth a heap more than dollars and pennies.
Well, I do know. Well, I reckon how Elizabeth learned all that so quick, Lum. She's a smart woman, I'll say that for her.
Elizabeth?
Why, sure. She must have been the one that got the Giverman to write us. Nobody else in Washington knows us, do they?
No, of course not. But the idea of this is that
you reckon Elizabeth has went and got herself into Congress?
Congress?
I bound you, that's just about what she did. Is sure to her. Well, bless her heart. You recollect how she wanted to join up with them women suffering not so long ago around here?
Women suffragettes.
Yeah, that's it, man. How she always wanted to run for some office, and I had to keep telling her that a woman's place was in the home and chopping wood.
Abner, this ain't got nothing to do with that.
Huh? I don't get. I better go home and get packed up. Reckon how soon I can get a train for Washington, Lum?
Abner, you ain't going to Washington. Can't you understand that this letter don't say nothing about Elizabeth?
Oh, trying to keep it from me, huh?
No. They just want us to start selling all the bonds and stamps we can and help win the war. And they want us to get everybody in Pine Ridge to come in and do their share by buying them.
Is that what they want?
Why, sure. Now, do you understand what this is all about?
Oh, yeah, sure. I understand it now. Yeah.
Good. That's a relief.
Doggy, that sounds like a good idea, too, this Retailers for Victory campaign. I'm just sorrowful that I won't be able to help you with it, Lum.
Won't be able to help with it?
No.
Why won't you?
Well, I've got to go to Washington and get Elizabeth.
Oh, for goodness.
Andy, did you hear that? Come on, Andy.
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
Oh, and Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. I've got a hunch that some wash days, a lot of you ladies look at your laundry hamper, and the clothes seem piled way up to here. And your spirits go like this. Because you don't see how you'll ever get it all done. Well, that's your cue to switch to Soapy Rich Rinso. With those peppy Rinso suds in your washer, it takes as little as a 5-minute run for each load to give you a wash that's really clean. You see, Rinso gets out more dirt. Washable colors come out Rinso bright, safely. Shirts and sheets and all your whitewash look gleaming Rinso white. Get Rinso, ladies, tomorrow, first thing. And now, our stars, Amos and Andy. Well, Andy Brown, that gay, romantic figure, has actually fallen in love with a girl he found listed in the Lonely Hearts catalog and has been pressing his courtship through the post office. As we find Andy now, he is telling Amos and the Kingfish all about Gardenia Smith, his mail-order fiancée, number 66 in the catalog.
Yeah, well, there's Gardenia's picture, fellas. Number 66 in the catalog. How'd she look to you?
Oh, yeah, you sure lucky, son. Oh, she really a good-looking gal, Andy.
Yeah, and since we've been writing each other regular, this has developed into a real love match.
Oh, say, by the way, Andy, all they got in this catalog is pictures of the gals and their numbers. How'd you find out her name and address so you could write to her?
Well, when you finds the picture of the gal you wants in the catalog, you sends the club her number with $1. And they send you back a name and address.
Oh, that's a pretty good idea there, Brother Andy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's how it works, huh? But tell me this, Andy, you sound like you and this Gardenia Smith is practical married. Did you propose by mail, too?
Oh, sure. I read the proposal Tuesday and sent it to where she live in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And just this morning, I got a telegram saying she arrives in New York today and for me to meet her at the Harlem Plaza Hotel at 2 o'clock.
Oh, so you read her proposal and she's coming to New York.
Yeah.
Brother Andy, you really on the hook now.
Oh, Kingfish. Look at that picture.
Mm-hmm.
She looked like Lena Horne. Look at that beautiful face. Catalog or no catalog, that's a gal that any man that... wait a minute. Hello, Raglan, what you want?
Hello, gentlemen. I raced over here, what did I race over here for? I know why. No, I don't either. It was something, what was it?
Well, what's that in your hand?
This is a special letter for you, special delivery, Miss Andy. That's why I race over here.
Special delivery letter. Here, let me see that.
Who is it from, son? Gardenia?
No, from the Lonely Hearts Club. Oh, boy, my alma mater. Yeah. Maybe they want a 50-cent bonus because I picked the best-looking gal in the catalog.
Yeah, must be report and read it, Andy. Go ahead.
Yeah. Dear sir, this is to inform you that due to a unfortunate error, instead of sending you the name and address of number 66, we sent you the address of Gardenia Smith, who was actual number 99 in the catalog, and wait a minute. That means I done preposed to number 99 instead of 66. Kingfish, give me that catalog.
Brother Andy, I was way ahead of you. I already got the catalog open to the picture of 99, the real Gardenia Smith. I was looking at it.
You is, huh?
What is the news, Kingfish? Andy, prepare yourself for the worst.
Huh?
Well, why? Ain't number 99 as pretty as number 66? Pretty... The best way to describe her is to say that she got a face that, on second thought, I ain't sure it is a face.
You ain't, huh?
No, but then again, it must be a face that's got ears on it. Let me see.
Well,
put it down on the desk there so we can all see it.
Yeah.
All right, Andy, gather your nerves, steel yourself, and if you got any rose-colored glasses handy, slip them on. Here's the picture.
Well, I tell you one thing, fellas. This is one proposal I ain't going through with. Give me that phone, and I'll call her.
Hold it, Andy. Hold it. What's the matter, Kingsley?
Yeah, what's wrong?
This Gardenia Smith has got your proposal of marriage in writing. If you tries to break your engagement, she can slap you with an airtight breach of promise suit that'll have you paying off for the rest of your life. He's right, Andy.
Yeah. There's only one thing for me to do. Get over to see my lawyer, Gabby Gibson. Come on, Kingfish.
Well, there you is, Gabby. Andy done told you all the facts in the case. Now, do you think there's any way that he can get out of marrying this Gardenia Smith?
Well, you got to see the gal personally. Yes, indeed. Got to explain the thing to her. Yes, indeed. That's the only thing to do. You got to face the gal. You got to face her. Now, let me see the picture. Oh, my. You can't face that.
Yeah, Gabby, you can see why I can't marry that gal. Because I really got a breach of promise suit on my hands if I don't.
Oh, this is more than just breach of promise. Much more. Yes, indeed. This is contempt of court. That's what it is. Contempt of court.
Contempt of court? How you figure that?
Well, any man that caught a gal like that certainly got my contempt. That's contempt of court if I ever had it.
Look here, Gabby, couldn't you, as my lawyer, kind of find some way to keep me from marrying that hag?
Just a second. I thought just hit me. I think I got something. Yeah, I think I really got something. Yes, sir, there's one condition Annie can be in, so you don't have to marry that gal at all. Only one condition.
Oh, great, Gabby, great. What condition do I have to be in?
You has got to be, dead.
Dead? Kingfish, I'm telling you, Gabby is crazy. What good is it going to do me to say I is dead? Listen here now, I got a $50 Christmas club at the bank that I done paid half on.
Half, huh?
Yeah, and I gets it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I'll give you the whole $25 if you get me out of this mess.
Brother Andy, it's a deal. You have started my brains working. I got it.
Yeah, what is it?
Now, look here. We'll say that you is dead. Now, listen. If you is dead, then Gardenia Smith won't insist on marrying you.
Well, I don't know. Judging from her picture, I don't think she's that choosy.
Now, look, Andy, look here. You write a suicide note saying that you has done throwed yourself in the Harlem River. Then I takes the note up to Gardenia and tells her that I is a detective from the suicide squad.
Well, what good is that going to do?
Well, as a detective, I can tell her that the police wants all the love letters you done writ her as evidence in the case. You see, that way I gets back the letters for you, and Gardenia Smith ain't got nothing left to hold you for on this breach of promise.
Kingfish, it might work. Go ahead.
So you see, Miss Smith, in a suicide case like this, us detectives always get all the letters the victim has writ to check the handwriting with a suicide note. Now, that's why I want the love letters Andy Brown writ to you.
Well, I'll get the letters for you, Detective Stevens, but I just can't believe he did away with himself. It was only 2 days ago that I got his proposal.
Oh, it's true all right, Miss Smith. I was right there when he drowned. Yeah, I even jumped in to save him, but before I could get to him, he went down for the 6th and last time. I remember that, yeah.
You say he came up 6 times?
Yeah, sure he did, because I remember every time he would come up, he would yell, "Goodbye, cruel world. Boy, this water's cool." I remember that. Yeah.
Oh, but I still can't believe it.
Okay.
No, sir. Andy Brown dead. Why, he was to meet me here today at 2 o'clock. I had something important to tell him.
Lady, what is done, and Andrew H. Brown is done. I even has the suicide note right here that he read as final proof.
Suicide note? Oh, can I see it?
Yeah, right here, just right here. Look at it there. And to prove it's legal, just look at the heading on there. Say here, official suicide note. See that?
Yes.
Yeah, then he had a note to public to sign it and everything else there, yeah.
Oh, whatever made him do it.
Yeah, well, let me read you the note here. Say here, to whom it may concern, and especially my ever-loving Gardenia Smith, care the Harlem Plaza Hotel. Now, start out here, say, gentlemen and sweetheart. This is to inform you that I is about to end it all via the Harlem River. Therefore, Gardenia, don't expect me at your hotel at 2 o'clock. So goodbye, gentlemen, and farewell, Gardenia, my love. Then a sign here, Andrew H. Brown, and right below the signature there's 2 witnesses. He always done everything right, you see. He got 2 witnesses.
Oh, if he had only waited to see me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, but, Miss Smith, can I have those love letters that you was going to give me?
Why, I ain't got them here with me in New York. They're home in Pittsburgh.
Do you?
Yes, but I can telegram my mother right now to send them airmail.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they'll be here tomorrow, and you can pick them up then, Detective Stevens.
Tomorrow, huh?
Yeah.
I'll be back then. Goodbye, Mister.
Oh, goodbye, Detective Stevens. Oh, how could Andy Brown do that to himself just when... Oh. Hello.
Hello. Is this Miss Gardenia Smith of Pittsburgh talking?
Yes, it is. Who's this?
Miss Smith, this is Frederick Montgomery Quindell, reporter on the Harlem newspaper. I hear the rumor that Andy Brown has proposed to you, and y'all are speaking on this nuptial stuff. I just want to get a little story for our society column.
For the society column? Then you don't know what happened to Andy?
Happened to Andy? What you mean? What you talking about, Miss Smith?
Poor Andy. Well, to start from the beginning, a detective was just here, and the most awful thing has happened. Andy Brown suddenly went...
Andy, you gotta hand it to your old pal, the Kingfish. Gardenia Smith really did swallow that suicide story hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, well, from the look of her picture, her mouth is big enough to swallow the pole, too. Tell me this, Kingfish. Is she really as bad as she look in the catalog here?
Oh, to tell you the truth, Andy, she was even uglier.
Uglier? I didn't think that was possible.
I didn't either. But you know, in the picture over there, the one nice thing about her was her hair.
Yeah.
Well, when I told her that you done committed suicide, she fell back in the chair and all her hair slid over on one side.
You mean she wears a wig?
Well, if she don't, she got an awful slippery scalp.
Boy, I'm really lucky getting out of marrying her.
Oh, yeah.
And when you get them letters back from her tomorrow, I'll be in the clear.
Yeah.
And that'll be the end of that suicide stuff.
Oh, sure.
And then I'm going wait a minute. Here comes Lightning now.
Hello, Kingfish. Hello, Miss Andy.
Hello, Lightning.
What's on your mind?
Miss Andy, how do you feel?
I feel fine. Why?
I don't see how you can. You is dead.
What you mean I is dead?
Ain't you see the front page of the Harlem paper?
No.
Let me read it. Uh-oh. Andy, you was in trouble.
What'd it say?
The headlines say, Harlem grieves over suicide of Andrew H. Brown.
Oh, me.
Well, the Kingfish's idea for avoiding a breach of promise suit has certainly gotten Andy in a fine predicament. We'll learn what happens in just a moment. A lady I know told me why she started using Rinso. Seems she was listening to Amos and Andy one night.
So good sitting here listening to the radio after bending over that wash tub all day.
Ladies, why don't you take it easy on wash day?
Wouldn't I love to?
Try Rinso. Rinso's soapy rich suds soak clothes clean in as little as 10 minutes. A few light finger rubs on extra grimy places will do the trick.
Well, maybe for my heavy pieces.
Rinso's safe for washable colors, too. Leaves them bright and gay through wash after wash. And ladies, you can't beat a snowy Rinso white.
Well, I guess I'll give it a try.
And now you can hear her every wash day, whistling like this.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, birdies sing it all day long. Your clothes are so white and the color so bright, you sing as you work along. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
And now back to the Amos and Andy Show. Well, it was quite a shock to Andy to discover from reading the newspaper that now not only Gardenia Smith, but all of Harlem believes he has committed suicide. And since a corpse isn't supposed to be sitting around his office smoking a big cigar, we find Andy now with the Kingfish hiding out in the basement of the lodge hall, reading the rest of the story announcing his suicide.
Listen to what I say here in the paper, Brother Andy.
Yeah, read it.
They say here, the suicide of Andrew Brown is a severe loss to the community of Harlem. Brown has always been regarded as one of its outstanding citizens. He was a tireless, energetic, hard-working, Hey, wait a minute, I wonder if there was another Andrew H. Brown that committed suicide yesterday.
What else does it say there?
Well, down here at the bottom of the write-up, let me see here, just right down here. Yeah, say here something about your East State and how much you left. Here it is.
How much do it say that I left?
They say here, the late Mr. Brown, high official and executive of many corporations, leaves an estate which is estimated will not be in excess of 10 cents.
Wait a minute. What is they talking about? I got twice that much.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing, Anna. It's a lucky thing. Wait a minute, Anna. A thought just done smacked me in the head. You was in trouble.
What you mean? What's the matter?
The police. They going to see this newspaper just like we is. And when they read the suicide story, they going to start investigating.
Oh, yeah. Well, what must I do, Kingfish? What must I do?
Look, Andy, look here. Now, here is the facts as I see them. Yeah. You got to play dead till I get these letters back from Gardenia Smith. So you ain't going to have to marry her, you see? Now, after we get them back, we'll figure from that point.
Yeah, but what about the police?
Yeah, well, now, look here. You got to stay out of the way of the police, and you got to stay out of the way of everybody else. I tell you what you got to do. You got to just hide And you can't stay down here in the basement at the lodge, neither, because the members comes down here for chairs and card tables.
Yeah, well, I know where I can hide, yeah.
Where?
The basement of Shorty's barber shop.
Ain't nobody gonna see you going over there, is there?
Oh, no. I can go through the alley down to Shorty's and get into his place through the back door.
Good.
Well, Shorty, here's your towels.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that laundry. I was almost out.
Yeah, well, barber shop use an awful lot of towels, you know. Hey, what's the matter, Shorty? You don't look good.
Well, I've been ailing for 2-3 days. Got swimming in the head, a dizzy spell, kind of run down. Been to the doctor twice.
Well, you want to take care of yourself. Where's your dirty towels? I'll take them along.
Right there in that box there. I don't know what's the matter with me. And then this morning I was reading in the paper that one of my best friends, Andy Brown, committed suicide.
That's too bad. You know him well?
Oh, sure. Last night I gave him a shave, a haircut, a singe, a manicure, and a face massage. Now he's dead. The best groomed body in the Harlem River. Sure did upset me all right. Everywhere I look now, I seem to see poor Andy standing there. I just can't get him out of my mind.
Well, I wouldn't work too hard. You feel better, Shorty. See you next week with your laundry.
All right, so goodbye. Well, I believe I'll close up the shop now and go on home. It's getting dark anyway. I don't feel so good in the head. Somebody at the back door.
Shorty, it's me.
But wait a minute. Not only do I see them, but now I hear them.
Shorty, do me a favor. I want to spend some time in your basement.
Now, wait a minute. Please don't do that. Why don't you go back in the river where you belong, Andy? You was there.
Listen, Shorty, listen. It's me. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing's the matter. Everything is okay. No trouble at all. I feel fine. Don't worry about me. I'm going to faint.
Shorty, everything is all right. I'm just dead for a couple of days.
Well, I'm so glad to hear that.
Listen, Shorty, don't get nervous. I ain't committed no suicide. I just said I did so I wouldn't have to marry that scarecrow that I pre-posted by mistake.
Oh, now I was beginning to understand.
Yeah, well, listen, Shorty. I ain't got no time to explain no more to you, but I is alive. And I wants to hide in your basement till tomorrow. And I don't want you to tell nobody that I ain't dead.
Is you telling me the truth?
Look here, Shorty, look. Here is the catalog from the Lonely Hearts Club. Here's the picture of the gal that I done pre-posed to by mistake. Now, that's why I wants to hide. Take a look at her picture there. Look at that.
Let me see it. Oh, Annie, that ain't no reason for you to... she ain't such a bad... she's a pretty fair looking... she looks kind of good. She might have made a very good... I'd commit suicide, too.
You sent for me, Chief?
Yes, Davis. This story here in last night's Harlem paper about an Andrew Brown who was supposed to have committed suicide. Have we any report on this case?
Brown? Suicide?
Yeah.
No, Chief, we haven't.
That's what I thought. Fine thing when a newspaper gets a report on a suicide before the police. Davis, you go to the Harlem Plaza Hotel and check up with Miss Gardenia Smith, the girl Brown is supposed to have sent his suicide note to.
Gardenia Smith, huh?
Yeah.
Right, Chief. I'm on my way. And you say you never met this Andrew Brown in person, huh? You just corresponded with him.
That's right, Detective Davis. The last letter I had from him was a proposal of marriage. And I telegraphed him that I'd be in New York, and I wanted to see him because
Oh, someone at the door.
Excuse me.
Wait a minute. It's a friend of yours. It may be embarrassing to find a detective here. I'll just wait in the other room.
Oh, thank you. Oh, hello, Detective Stevens.
Well, hello there, Miss Smith. Just come from the police station. The chief down at the police station asked me to come by here and pick up the love letter so we can close the case down at headquarters. They got you, didn't they?
Oh, yes, Mother sent them. Here they are.
Yeah, well, now that's fine. Thank you very, very, very much for these. I'll just slip them in my pocket here and...
Just a second there. Did I hear you say something about closing this case down at headquarters?
Miss Smith, who is this?
Oh, Detective Stevens. Don't you know each other? You should. You both detectives. This is Detective Davis.
Are you a real detective?
Yes. Are you?
Oh, yes, sir. A real detective, all right. Got flat feet, magnifying glass, sneak around corners. Oh, a real man. I got the stuff, yeah.
Detective Stevens, eh?
Yeah, the Stevens.
I don't ever remember hearing you. What's your precinct?
Precinct, 167. Yeah, the good old 167 that the boys say.
We only have 84 precincts.
84?
Yeah.
Did they cut out my precinct without letting me know about the thing?
Yeah, and they must have cut out about 80 others, too.
Yeah, I tell you, Detective Davis, I feel lost. Here I is, a man without a precinct.
Is that as serious as it sounds, Detective Stevens?
Oh, it's the worst thing that could happen to a detective. Take away his gun, take away his badge, but never take away his precinct. Well, I got to be running along now, and I got to locate the precinct somewhere. You know, I look for the thing. Maybe they got it laying over there somewhere.
Now, just a minute, you. Miss Smith, whatever gave you the idea this man was a detective?
Oh, he said so when he brought up Andy Brown's suicide note.
Oh, he brought the suicide note out,
huh? Well, I tell you.
Stevens, you're coming down to headquarters with me.
But Detective Davis...
I think the chief might want to ask you a few questions.
Now, listen to me, Stevens. Hold your head up. You still insist Brown is dead and he committed suicide?
Oh, yeah, Mister. That is the truth. I declare it is. Won't you please turn them lights off my face, though? They're blinding my eyes. I can't stand them no more.
Keep at him, Chief. Keep at him. He'll crack. He knows more than he's telling.
According to Miss Smith, you were there when Brown jumped in the river.
Oh, yeah, sir.
You're lying.
No, I ain't. Look, mister, you done had them lights shining in my face now for 4 hours. Can't you turn them off a while and give me a rest?
I'll keep those lights on you all day and all night until you talk.
Chief, this fella's been lying all the way. And there's only one reason for it.
And I think you're right. Stevens, I'm going to hold you for the murder of Andrew Brown.
The murder of... Wait a minute. You can't do that. I'll show you where he is, mister. I'll show you where he is.
Look, Kingfish, why did you have to go and tell the police I was in Shorty's barber shop?
Yeah, well, that was the only way out, Andrew.
Yeah, well, that's a fine way out. Now he is both in jail here for tampering with the law.
Yeah, well, I had to do it, Andrew. I had to do it. Yeah, I done the best I could. You see, they accused me of murdering you. Anyway, Andrew, at least what I done for you is worth being in jail for. You got the letters back from Gardenia, and now she can't sue you for breach of promise.
Yeah, and you got my $25, too. Well, I guess all of this being in jail is worth it after all. Wait a minute. Who is this woman coming over to our cell?
Where?
Right there.
Oh. That is Gardenia Smith in the flesh.
Yeah, there's sure plenty of it, too, ain't it?
Oh, you must be Andy Brown. I came all the way to New York to see you and tell you how much that sweet proposal of yours meant to me. And that...
Now, wait a minute, Gardenia.
Wait a minute. Don't worry, Andy. You got the letters.
Andy, please let me finish.
Oh, there's more, huh?
Yeah, you see, the reason I came to New York was to tell you in person that I've decided to marry my old boyfriend.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. I have a new slant on an old verse, ladies. Listen. What a wonderful place the world would be if lollipops grew on every tree and the dishes would wash themselves. Well, of course, lollipops don't and the dishes won't. But the next best thing is Rinso. It's easy to do up a stack of dishes with soapy rich Rinso suds to help you. Those suds chase dirt and grease in the wink of an eye. Get every pot and platter gleaming Rinso clean. And thick, peppy Rinso suds are safe as well as thorough. They don't get your hands rough and red. So, ladies, get Rinso tomorrow, first thing. Use it for dishwashing, house cleaning, and, of course, for a wash that's... And now, here are Amos and Andy.
Ladies and gentlemen, me and Andy would like to speak to you for just a minute about the 6 Warlone Drive.
Yes, folks. It's important to all of us that this drive be a success.
Getting down to facts, I think all of us here at home were a little over-optimistic this past summer and during the early fall when our armies were going through France and when we were taking one Jap island after another.
That's right. Our boys did a wonderful job then, just as they're doing now. But I think we can see pretty clearly that the war isn't over yet.
That is right. Those boys on the fighting fronts can't let up for 1 second, and neither can we.
No, that's right.
They can't fight Japs and Germans with their bare hands, and we've got to give them the best of equipment and plenty of it. And there's only one thing that will do it, and that is money.
So, folks, let's get in back of this 6 Warlone with all we've got. Don't forget, our fellows in uniform is doing all the dirty work for us.
Yes, and the least we can do is to back them up. Remember, you are not giving away anything. You are merely loaning your money to Uncle Sam and receiving a very liberal return. Won't you please buy an extra war bond tomorrow? Thank you, and good night.
Good night, folks.
To be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso present the Amos and Andy Christmas Show. The boys' guests will be the Paul Taylor Chorus, who join in Amos and Andy's special presentation, which has become a Christmas tradition. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to all of you from all of us. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Are you there? Well, we're here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 ways better. Swan soap.
Yes, sir. Swan, the new white floating soap, 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps, presents... Paul Whiteman. Your Swanee announcer, Bill Goodwin. Singer, if we can find one. And well-eyed Swan, here are the stars of our show, George Burns and Gracie Alice.
Hello, George Burns speaking. What? Yes, Mrs. Burns is home. Gracie, it's for you.
Oh, thanks. Hello. Who? Oh, hello. Oh, I've got some wonderful news for you. George and I are going to work on our new radio program today. What? Oh, thanks. Well, we've been just as worried about it as you have. Well, it's been awfully nice of you to call us every day. Goodbye.
Who's that?
The telephone company.
What are they worried about? They'll get paid. Well, Gracie, we've got to get to the studio. Where's my shirt?
George, don't walk in front of that window in your underwear. You know how snoopy those people are who live next door.
Oh, the last photos, huh?
Yes, they're always sneaking around and peeking in our windows.
Oh, I think that's awful.
Well, it certainly is. And to tell you the truth, you don't look as nice in your underwear as Mr. Lastfogel.
Gracie, please, I've got to find my shirt. Where's that maid? Hilda! Hilda!
Yeah, Mr. George Burns.
Where's my shirt? Hilda, where's my shirt? Gracie, why doesn't she answer me?
It's her day off.
If it's her day off, what is she doing here?
She lives here.
And she gets paid here, too, a fine maid. When you want her, it's her day off.
Oh, now I think you're very mean to stand here and say things like that behind Hilda's back.
Behind her back?
Yeah, she's looking out of the window.
Oh. Hilda, what are you laughing at?
Doesn't Mr. Lastfogel look funny in his underwear?
I'll bet it's the one with the green stripes.
Get away from there, Hilda, and get out. does look funny at that. What is that?
That's Mr. Lasso's laughing at you.
Well, pull down that shade. We'll never get to the studio. Gracie, throw me my shoes.
Here they are.
Oh, well, I hope our show gets over. It'll be the first time we ever did a show without a singer.
Oh, you're just saying that because you don't know Jimmy.
Jimmy?
Yeah,
Who's Jimmy?
the singer I signed.
You signed the singer?
Why not? He knows how to write.
Gracie, since when have you become a talent scout?
Well, I used to be a Girl Scout, and I figured if a girl could be a Girl Scout, a talent can be a talent scout.
You figured that out yourself?
Sure.
Well, there's quite a difference. Talent scout looks for talent, and the Girl Scout
looks for girls.
Yeah, looks for girls, yeah.
Imagine that John Barrymore Girl Scout.
Gracie, I don't want to get excited, but who is the singer?
Well, his name is Jimmy Cash. I met him in a grocery store.
You mean he was buying groceries?
No, he was selling them.
You signed the grocery clerk?
Uh-huh.
What kind of a voice has he got? Is he a baritone? Is he a tenor?
Well, I don't know. I didn't hear him sing.
You didn't hear him sing?
Uh-uh.
Well, then how do you know he had a good voice?
Well, I knew it the minute I heard him. He said, a pound of cheese for Mrs. Breeze.
A pound of cheese for Mrs. Breeze? What did he do for an encore?
He sold some fish to Mrs. Gish.
Well, of all the imbecilic things to do, going into a grocery store and... Well, here's the doorbell. I wonder who that can be.
Well, maybe it's Hilda's boyfriend, Olaf Fenn. She's got a date with him.
Why doesn't she answer the door?
It's her day off.
I suppose I'll have to answer it. Just a minute. I'm putting on my robe.
Good evening, Mr. Burns. I am Ola.
I know. Come right in. So you're Hilda's boyfriend?
Hudson.
Hudson, huh? Well, that's all I needed. That's a smart 5-button suit you've got on, Olaf.
Yeah, it's a little tight around the brawler.
Oh, I think I get it. Brawler suit.
Hudson,
yes. Well, sit down. I'll call Hilda.
Whoop.
What was that?
My riddle-off.
I'll go in the kitchen and Hilda will sew it for you.
Hudson.
Oh, go with that, Hudson. Gracie!
Here I am, putting on my hat.
Look, while I go and look for a shirt, will you phone Paul Whiteman and Bill Goodwin, and you tell them that we're leaving?
All right.
Number, please.
Operator, will you get me Paul Whiteman at the Hollywood Plaza Hotel and Bill Goodwin at our radio studio at the same time? Well, I want to tell them the same thing, and it's silly to make 2 calls. Don't you think so?
I have both your parties. Go ahead, Miss Allen.
Hello?
Hello, this is Bill Goodwin. Who's this?
You just told me it's Bill Goodwin. Now, guess who this is?
Hello, this is Paul Whiteman. Why did you call me, Gracie?
I didn't call you Gracie. I called you Paul.
Aha, this is Gracie Allen.
It is? Well, if you're Gracie Allen, who am I?
Look, I'm Paul Whiteman.
Oh, I'm certainly happy you're going to be on our program.
Well, thanks, Gracie, and I'm happy, too, because that new Swan soap is such a swell product. Gosh, it's 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps. I can't wait to tell the people about it.
Well, I'm glad you're so excited.
Well, why shouldn't I be? You'd be, too, when you hear my new trumpet player. When he blows that horn, you should see just what comes out.
Suds, and more suds. That's what you get from Swan. Why, Swan suds twice as fast.
Gee, it sounds great.
It's terrific, and what an arrangement I've doped up.
Well, you just can't beat it. Break it in 2 and use half for the kitchen and half for the bath. Swan makes any soap and water job lots more fun.
Really?
Boy, my music will set your feet a-moving.
And it's easy on your hands, too. Why, Swan is pure, as mild as the finest imported Castile soaps. Try it in your shower or tub.
With a bass fiddle slapping out a good hot chorus.
In a green wrapper with a white swan on the front.
My, that sounds exciting and pretty and confusing.
Gracie, are you still on the phone?
Oh, well, goodbye, boys. See you at the studio.
Well, I'm all dressed. Let's hurry. You ready?
Oh, wait, I'll look in the mirror. Hat and vest, that's right. 2 stockings, that's right. 3 shoes, that's right. My gloves.
3 shoes?
Yeah, that's right. My gloves.
3 shoes?
Well, sure. It's much safer to put your money in your shoe than it is to put it in your purse.
So you take along an extra shoe?
Certainly.
You're going to carry it in your hand?
No, in the purse.
Well, that's a smart idea. Well, come on, let's go. Wait a minute. Am I silly or am I silly? I forgot to put on my suspenders. Gracie, where are my suspenders?
Oh, come on, George. That'll only hold things up. Let's go.
Well, all right. I'll get a pair on the way.
And now, the daddy of them all, the father of modern dance music, Paul Whiteman, playing Three Blind Mice. Take it, Pops.
Together on the Swan Show, and believe me, I'm thrilled.
Ah, thanks, George, and that goes double for me.
Oh, please, Paul. This is a soap program. You mean that goes bubble for me?
Gracie's right, George.
Yeah, but only this time. Listen to this, Paul. Gracie went into a grocery store, and what do you think she came back with?
I don't care what it is. Just drag it out, brother. I'm starved.
You don't understand, Paul. Gracie went into a grocery store, hired a grocery clerk as a singer on our program.
You said it. When there's something to be done, I do it.
Oh, yes, and fast.
I don't sit and let grass grow under my feet.
Well, never mind. Don't bother with it, Gracie.
There's nothing to get excited about, George. I once hired a trumpet player for $300 a week, and he couldn't play a note. I worried for months, but it turned out okay.
How?
I lost 85 pounds.
Well, off you, it looks good.
Say, Paul, what'd you do with your old suits?
I subdivided them.
You subdivided them?
Yes, each suit made 10 bundles for Britain.
Well, Gracie, will you take the phone? He subdivided them. That's the silliest thing Gracie, take the phone.
Got it. What do you want me to do with it?
Take the receiver off the hook and answer.
Yeah, oh.
Oh, it's a new invention.
Hello? Oh, hello. George, it's Jimmy Cash.
Well, as long as you've got him signed, tell him to hurry over. I'd like to hear him sing.
George says to come right over. What, Jimmy? Really? Oh, well, I'm thrilled for you, too, Jimmy. George is so excited he can't talk.
Well, he should be.
Imagine selling rhubarb to Hedy Lamarr.
You don't know what that means to me.
What's that, Jimmy? Really beautiful, huh? Oh, not that gorgeous. Oh, Oh, we'll see for ourselves when you get to the broadcast.
He's bringing Hetty Lamar?
No, the rhubarb.
Oh, Gracie, tell him to get over here.
Jimmy, George says to... What, Jimmy? Oh, all right. Goodbye, Jimmy. He can't leave until he sells 20 more pounds of potatoes.
Gracie, this whole thing is ridiculous. You can't find a singer in a grocery store.
Oh, no. That's the trouble with having brains. People tell us geniuses, you can't do this and you can't do that. They told Eli Whitney the same thing, but he went ahead and invented the electric light anyhow.
Gracie, in the first place, there was no electric light in Eli Whitney's time.
There must have been. How could he invent it in the dark?
All right, so he invented the electric light in the light, and let's forget the whole thing.
Well, sure, after all, the electric light isn't so important. It isn't half as important as the button.
It's the button, yes.
Because if you couldn't press the button, you wouldn't get
light
the light.
The light, I guess. Yes.
And if you didn't have a light, you
couldn't find the button. I knew that was coming. Gracie, what I'm trying to explain is this, you see.
So I really think Eli Whitney deserves all the credit.
As long as you're giving out credits, what about Whitney's mother?
A beautiful painting.
I'll tell Whistler's father when he comes in. And answer the phone, Bill, will you?
Okay, George. Hello? Gracie, it's for you.
Heck. Hello? Oh, hello, Jimmy. What? Oh, I see.
Oh, he's on his way, huh?
No, he still has to sell 10 more pounds of potatoes.
Will you tell him to get over here right away?
George says you better get over here right away. What? Well, of course that's more important. George, he's cleaning out a pickle barrel.
He's cleaning out a pickle barrel?
Now, don't forget you're going to sing in our program tonight, Jimmy. Mine, your voice sounds so lovely, too. So nice and deep. What? Oh, you're in the barrel.
Oh.
Well, see you later. Goodbye.
Everything happens to me. Jimmy Cash is supposed to sing here or no Jimmy Cash. Gracie, you'll have to take his place.
Well, Judge, I don't know anything about selling potatoes.
I don't mean that.
Well, I'm certainly not going to get into a pickle barrel.
I don't mean that either. You'll have to sing for cash.
Gee, that's the first time I ever got paid.
Well, all right, Gracie. Go ahead and sing.
Seems that I've been running round in circles ever since I saw the light of day. But you're busy keeping me dizzy in a sort of kind of different way. Coming and going, I'm all in a daze. I'm coming and going in dozens of ways. And darling, here's the reason why my heart walked out when you walked by. Is it December or maybe it's May? 'Cause I don't remember the time of the day. You gave my little world a spin. The lights went out when you came in. It's an early autumn for spring in the fall. Gee, I'm mixed up with love and all. Maybe it would help if I started again. Now let me see, where was I when? Coming and going, I better confess. My heart's overflowing 'cause you whispered yes. Just goes to show what love can do. I've been coming and going since I met you. Coming and going places I've never been to before. Walking in empty spaces and I bang on every door. You got to doing all you command, like a cake of swan in the palm of your hand. Every time you're near me, my brain is near. Guess I better leave you. On second thought, I will. There goes the cuckoo's cuckoo and low and grin. Mister, that's where I came in. Coming and going, I better confess. My heart's overflowing 'cause you whispered yes. Just goes to show what love can do when I don't know if it's snowing. The way the wind is blowing, if I'm coming or I'm going with you.
Gracie, that was really swell.
Well, where's the money?
A little later,
Say, excuse me, Gracie, there's a couple outside to see you. The girl says her name is Hilda.
George, that must be Hilda.
Yeah, it would be a bit surprised if it's Hilda.
I wouldn't either.
Oh, please, Gracie, go find out what you want.
All right.
Oh, Gracie, there's a fellow with her, and his name is Olaf Swan.
Bill, it's Sven, not Swan.
I talked him out of it.
Well, nice talking. Talk them out of it. And answer the phone.
Okay. Hello? What? Oh, no, but I'll take a message for her. Oh, okay. Goodbye.
Who was that?
George, it's Jimmy Cash. He'll be here as soon as he sells 5 more pounds of potatoes.
Well, that's fine.
Say, George, listen, maybe you're getting upset over nothing. You know, this kid may turn out to be something great.
You mean Gracie just walks into a grocery store and just like that discovers something great, huh?
Well, sure.
Bill, you can't find anything great in a grocery store.
Oh, now, wait a minute, George. You can't talk that way about Swan Soap.
Swan Soap? Who's talking about Swan Soap?
Now, look, didn't you just say that you can't walk into a grocery store and find something great?
Yeah, but...
Oh, so Swan Soap isn't great,
I didn't say that.
Why, listen, it's the greatest white floating soap you ever saw. Swan gives you a rich, creamy lather even in the hardest water. It's pure, ideal for the baby.
Bill,
it's the most wonderful...
Bill, will you listen to me? You're beginning to act just like Gracie.
And what's wrong with Gracie? A fine guy you are talking about your wife behind her back.
Now, look, Bill, let's start all over again. Forget Jimmy Cash. Forget Gracie. Forget Swan Soap.
Forget Swan? Why, Swan is the kind of soap you can't forget.
I know that,
It smells so fresh and clean.
I know that.
It feels so nice and smooth.
I know that, but...
It's firmer than old-style floating soaps. And Swan lasts and lasts and lasts. You get more real soap for your money.
I know that, Bill. Now, just keep calm.
Now, just try Swan. Look for the green wrapper with the white swan on the front. What a soap.
Bill, I said you win. Now, calm down. Swan is wonderful. Gracie is wonderful. Jimmy Cash is wonderful.
How do you know? Have you ever heard him sing?
Well, no.
Well, then how can you be such a dope and sign a guy you never even heard?
I didn't sign
Yes,
him.
you did.
Gracie signed him. Oh, forget it, Paul. Will you answer the phone?
Hello. Hello, what? Okay, kid, I'll tell her.
What is it, Paul?
The singer will be here as soon as he sells 8 more pounds of potatoes.
8 more pounds? He just said 5.
Well, a customer brought back 3 pounds.
I can't make my mind up which I hate more, Jimmy Cash or potatoes.
George, if you're worried about a singer, I've got a kid in my band who plays the guitar, and he's not bad.
No, look, Paul, not me. I had a South American guitar player last year, and he gave me a headache all season.
But this kid's great.
Well, who is he?
Que no te acuerdas de mí, yo estaba el año pasado cantando muy bien, gusté mucho, ¿te acuerdas?
Oh,
Yo soy...
fine. Paul, give me an aspirin.
¿Para qué necesitas una aspirina?
Look,
Porque no...
Senor Lee, I don't want to have any trouble with you again this season.
Now, wait, Senor Burns. My very handsome, intelligent, talented young man. And boy, am I carrying the good neighbor policy too far. I am a singer.
Senor, I heard you sing. And you're not the type I'm looking for.
Why not? During this summer, I had my own radio program in Mexico. I called myself the Lone Ranger.
Well, that's not very original.
Oh, but I was much more up to date. When I came on the air, I hollered, "Hi-ho, aluminum!"
Paul, I'll talk to you later about that guitar player.
I even sang in opera.
I know, but I'm looking for a different type.
I made my big hit in the Barber of Barcelona.
Barcelona?
Si, senor.
You mean the Barber of Seville?
Well, business was so good, he opened up a branch.
Senor Lee, this year, leave me alone and just pick on your guitar, will you? I've got my own troubles. Gracie, did you see Hilda and Olaf?
Hot stuff.
Well, she saw them.
Senor Lee, what are you doing here?
Imagínate que contrataron otro cantante después de todo lo que yo gusté el año pasado. ¿Qué te parece eso?
Oh, so what? A lot of people bet on the Dodgers.
Never mind. Gracie, what did you do with Hilda?
Well, I put her in the audience. There she is in the 4th row. Wave to her.
I'm waving to her. Hello, Hilda. Gracie, she's not waving back.
It's her day off.
Oh, it's her.
Gracie, while you were outside, that singer from the grocery store called and said he'd be right over.
Thanks, Paul.
Gracie, what kind of a voice has this new discovery of yours got?
Well, when I first heard him, he sounded like he had a mouthful of potato chips.
Really?
Mm-hmm. But that was maybe because he did have a mouthful of potato chips.
Sounds like he's got a voice that'll hit you right smack dab in the eye.
It did.
George, I'll take back the aspirin.
The aspirin, I thought so. Gracie, what Paul means is what kind of a voice has he got? What does he sound like?
Oh, well, why didn't you say that? Did you ever hear the Merrimack?
Uh-huh.
Well, he sounds like Max.
He sounds like Max?
Well, sure. He's not a girl. He couldn't very well sound like Mary.
Oh, the Mary Max.
Sure, you guessed it.
I made something up, I guess, yes. Came to me like a flash. Yes. Look, the Mary Max happen to be 4 people. Can you compare them with one person?
Oh, sure. Bing Crosby.
Now, Gracie, stay that way and don't let your mind wander. Jimmy Cash sings like Bing Crosby.
They're exactly alike.
Well, good.
Of course, Jimmy's low notes aren't as round as Bing's, But then again, Bing's rolled oats aren't as brown as Jimmy's.
Bing's rolled oats aren't as brown as Jimmy?
That's a pretty silly question, George.
I'll admit that.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe I can think of a silly answer.
Oh, quiet.
Say, stop kicking Crosby around like that. You know, he was my discovery.
Oh, well, we know that, Paul. Come in.
I sold the potatoes.
Well, finally arrived, folks. So, you're Jimmy Cash.
Oh, that's Jimmy Cash. You're looking at the rhubarb.
Oh. Pardon me, that's my...
Now, Jimmy, I want you to meet everybody. This is Paul Weichman, and this is Bill Goodwin.
I'm George Burns.
You'll have to await your turn, sir.
You're not in the grocery store.
Now, George, he's my discovery, and I want to talk to him.
You'll talk to him later. Now, come here, kid. Now, don't get nervous. There's nothing to get nervous about. Did you ever sing before?
Yes, sir.
In theaters?
No, sir.
On the radio?
No, sir.
Where, sir? Where did you sing?
At sociables.
At sociables? At sociables, huh? Well, let me hear you sing.
I'm nervous in front of a crowd, sir.
Paul, give me back the aspirin.
Yes, sir.
But there's nothing to be nervous about,
No, Jimmy, look at that audience. Why, they love you. Well, just look at all those friendly faces.
Well, what about that woman out there?
Where?
The one who's sleeping.
Hilda, will you get up?
Please, George. You know it's her day off.
Well, all right, Hilda, go back to sleep again. Gracie, you'll never get this kid to sing.
Yes, I will. Now, just leave it to me. Come here, Jimmy. Now, go ahead and sing. MGM might hear you, and overnight you'll be a star. And in the morning you're married to Lana Turner. Now, go ahead and sing. Start, Paul.
The kid won't open his mouth, huh? Try Betty Grable.
Oh, Betty Grable or Ann Sheridan. Go ahead, Jimmy, sing.
It's probably holding out for baby Sandy, I guess.
Please. Now, Jimmy, you like being a grocery salesman, don't you?
I certainly do.
Now, how would you like to be the greatest grocery salesman in the world?
Gee, would I?
Well, tomorrow I'm coming into your store, and I'm going to buy 28,000 pounds of potatoes.
Oh, boy.
So to sweet romance, there is just one answer. You and I. Poet and musician sing the same old tune to the sweethearts that come and go. Let your intuition, aided by the moon, tell you little things the poet doesn't know. Darling, you and I know the reason why a summer sky is blue, and we know why birds in the trees sing melodies too, and why love will grow from the first hello until the last goodbye. So to sweet romance, there is just one answer. You and I.
so proud of you. You were really wonderful.
Well, he certainly was. And, Gracie, I take my hat off to you, too.
Oh, thanks.
Mr. Burns, can I go now? There's somebody waiting.
Who, your sweetheart?
No, a customer for the rhubarb. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Say, Judy.
Oh, Judge, don't worry. Don't worry. I've got him signed. I made him put his John Henry right on the dotted line. Here's the contract.
Well, that's great, Gracie. I hereby agree to work for George Burns and Gracie Allen for the entire season. Signed, John Henry. John Henry? His name is Jimmy Cash.
Well, sure. As I said before, I don't sit and let the grass grow under my feet. When things are done, I do them, and I always know when people got to do them.
Remember, folks, buy Swan, try Swan. See for yourself if Swan isn't really 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps.
Well, Gracie, the show is over.
Oh, I'm sure nervous.
Well, Cass, you're all invited to come over to the house and have something to eat.
Oh, please, Judge. You know it's Hilda's day off.
Oh, yes, I forgot that.
Well, come on, let's go.
What's your hurry?
I've got to cook dinner for Hilda.
Oh, for Hilda. Good night, folks.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. Until then, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, hi, Swan. Why don't you?
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. KFI, Los Angeles.